Good morning, 5 o'clock, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. President Trump teasing a major statement on Russia this morning. He's been hiking his criticism of Vladimir Putin as Russia continues a barrage of attacks on Ukraine, including more than 3,000 drones, bombs, and missiles over the past 7 days.
NATO's Secretary General is heading to Washington this week for talks with President Trump and other top officials. And we know through sources that there are discussions about the level of military aid countries are willing and able to share to help Ukraine defend itself.
That's ABC's Marcus Moore reporting. Locally, the weather pattern that we've been stuck in for the past few weeks will continue today.
Nice and humid for us today. You'll notice that immediately getting out the door this morning, and a pop-up shower or thunderstorm certainly on the table for us heading into the afternoon as well. Low-end risk of a strong thunderstorm.
And we've got more with Stefano right after the newscast. Police are still asking for anyone with dash cam video from Saturday morning along westbound I-24 to give them a call. They're hoping to find the killer who shot 22-year-old Noah Taylor to death around 7:30 in the morning near Waldron Road. This man was stuck in the traffic backup after the killing, and he spoke with WSMV4.
That's a little bit wild to me for people to wake up that angry. I mean, I know our traffic can drive you crazy, but it's never driven me to the point where I wanted to pull out a gun.
Now, Noah Taylor's family is offering a $2,000 reward for information about that shooting. They're also setting up a GoFundMe to help cover his burial costs. In Kentucky, police are still searching for the motive in a series of shootings that led to the deaths of 2 people at a church. Police shot and killed that shooter.
Authorities in Lexington, Kentucky are investigating a shooting they say started just before noon when the suspect shot a state trooper during a traffic stop near Bluegrass Airport. Police say the alleged gunman then carjacked another vehicle and drove to Richmond Road Baptist Church nearby. Once there, the man shot 4 people on church property. 2 of the victims died, 72-year-old Beverly Gum and Christina Combs in her 30s. Officers were able to track the suspect to the church where he was shot and killed.
ABC's Allison Kosick there. Market numbers now brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com.
Tariffs help pay the bills in June. The government reporting a sharp increase in receipts, a surplus of just over $27 billion for the month, following a $316 billion deficit in May. Looking ahead this week, a key indicator of inflation when we get the Consumer Price Index numbers on Tuesday, which measures changes in the prices of goods and services. The forecast is for a 0.3% rise in June. And Thursday, we'll get retail sales numbers for June, as well as the weekly jobless numbers from the government. Dave Packer, ABC News.
Looks like we may follow up Friday's losses on the market with some more losses today. The Dow futures are minus 141, NASDAQ futures down 62, S&P futures falling 17 points. That's the latest news. We've got your traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Couple of trouble spots already in Berry Hill. There is a bridge inspection this morning on I-65 northbound from eastbound I-440. It's exit 80. Bridge inspection there, and the on-ramps have been blocked off in Berry Hill. Mount Juliet, North Mount Juliet Road between Division Street and Industrial Drive. Watch it there. They're closed in that area because of railroad repairs. That'll open up later this morning. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.507 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to your friends. How are you? Happy Monday, said no one at all. Coming up at 5:35, I cannot wait to play this audio for you from Tucker Carlson. Now, I'm going to tell you that, at least for me, and y'all might think that I'm over my skis on this one, I think Tucker has finally lost his mind. I'm just going to tell you that right off the top. I think Tucker's lost his mind. You may disagree with me, but at 5:35, along with Joan Jones, I will present to you what Tucker said over the weekend at the, I forget where.
Turning Point USA.
Turning Point You know what I was going to say, Joan? I was going to say T-Pack.
Oh.
I know that it wasn't T-Pack.
Yeah.
It was Turning Point USA. So we'll talk about that at 5:35, Nashville's Morning News on WTN. Everybody's talking about a number of different things. Of course, illegal immigration is always top of mind, right? Every single day, illegal immigration is top of mind, and this morning is no exception. So a couple of things. Number one, Kristi Noem, heads exploding over the weekend because she said that there are going to be another 5 versions of Alligator Alcatraz. So I've got that story for you straight ahead on Super Talk 99.7. Border czar Tom Homan, of course, he was on with Dana Bash talking about this judge's order. This came down last week. Federal judge ordering the Trump administration to stop immigration agents in Southern California. Now, we talked about MacArthur Park and everything that's been going on at MacArthur Park in Los Angeles, where we had drug dealers, we had gang members, we had, just the worst of the worst there in MacArthur Park. And so Tom Homan and ICE, they show up, along with Karen Bass, by the way, the mayor of Los Angeles. But they show up looking for these really bad hombres. And so then a federal judge, of course, comes along and says that ICE not allowed to, and this is an air quote, indiscriminately arresting people based on racial profiling. That's what the judge said. Unbelievable, because they're not. They're showing up and they've got people that they are looking for there in MacArthur Park. So I'm sorry, but if some Mexican dude, if some Venezuelan dude is there in MacArthur Park looking all shady and stuff, he's got like MS-13 insignias tattooed on his body, then that's not racial profiling. That is busting somebody because he's got MS-13 or Tren de Aragua tattoos tattooed on his body. And Tom Homan, he was on with Dana Bash, and she started in on him about what the judge said, basically saying, well, this judge is saying that you are racial profiling, and so now what are you going to do? And it was, one of Tom Homan's, I will say, one of his finer moments, because he said, you know what, we'll obey the judge's order, but we look forward to litigating this whole thing in court.
Will the administration comply with this order?
Look, we're going to litigate that order because I think the order's wrong. She's assuming that the officers don't have reasonable suspicion. They don't need probable cause to briefly detain and question somebody. They just need reasonable suspicion, and that's based on many articulable facts. So unless she's in the officer's mind, I don't know how she make that, decision that, well, they're not using reasonable suspicion. How does she know that? Every officer has to, bring articulable facts to raise reasonable suspicion, and then it can briefly detain. Well, I don't know how she knows that, but I don't think any federal judge can dictate immigration policy. That's a matter for Congress and for the president, and I know the Department of Justice is going to litigate this. We want to take it to the appeals court.
I mean, this is so silly. And again, it's just a bunch of federal judges doing what they do, which is try to block the Trump administration. So the judge, and I know, but stop me when you've heard this before, says that ICE is just rolling up and arresting people for no reason. No, they're not. They roll up and they can question folks because of suspicion, and then they arrest. And so this whole discussion regarding suspicion, what really goes into suspicion? So if ICE, they roll up into MacArthur Park and they're looking around, well, here's what Tom Homan says, that suspicion can be based on the location. So, for example, MacArthur Park in Southern California, it is now unfortunately known these days as a haven for illegal alien gang members, for drugs, for human trafficking, and if you need some fake papers, some documents and that kind of a thing, to go to MacArthur Park. What is their occupation? Well, here's the deal. If ICE rolls up into a weed farm and you've got a bunch of people there working and they're covered in dirt, then odds are pretty good that they're working on said weed farm. What about their physical appearance? What about those tattoos and so forth? And what about their actions? I mean, these are all things that Tom Homan said. Location, occupation, physical appearance, and their actions. All of this does seem reasonable. Again, if someone is on a pot farm in a place where it is illegal to grow and they are covered in dirt or whatever, well, then the suspicion is there based on their location and their occupation, that they are growing weed on an illegal pot farm. If they automatically run, talking about their actions, if they automatically run, or, I don't know, maybe if they start throwing rocks at the ICE van, maybe that is a little suspicious, don't you think? Maybe they don't have any documents. Then all of these are actions that would be suspicious, right? Yes, of course. What about their physical appearance would make them suspicious?
Physical description can't be the sole factor to give you reasonable suspicion. As I said in an interview, it's articulable facts with an S. So appearance can be just one. For instance, if someone has an MS-13 tattoo on their face, that may be one factor to add to other factors to raise reasonable suspicion. I want to be clear about that again because my words are taken out of context. Physical description cannot be the sole reason to detain and question somebody. That can't be the sole reason to raise reasonable suspicion. It's a myriad of factors, and I can sit here for the next half hour and give you all the factors. So every officer, every situation is different. But I can tell you this: every ICE officer goes through Fourth Amendment training every 6 months and reminded what their authorities are for arrest, detention, and questioning.
Right. So Jonathan Turley, of course, you know that he is a brilliant, and I mean brilliant legal mind. What does he say about this federal judge once again trying to block what the Trump administration is doing? Details straight ahead. It is 5:15 on Nashville's Morning News. By the way, the Daily Dan poll, we're doing something different today, Joan.
And what is it?
Who I know is standing by to do traffic. So this week marks 6 months in the Trump administration this week. And so I want folks to grade Trump. So, because I think the dynamic has changed a little bit with Epstein. I do. I think the dynamic has changed a little bit. So A, B, C, D, or F. Now, what's different? Well, you can take the Daily Dan poll on YouTube, watch us on YouTube. But I've also, on my X, now have the same poll up. So follow me on X, at Dan Manda Show, and you can take the poll there as well. So either YouTube or X, and I do prefer that you watch us on YouTube. Follow me on X if you would, please. Also, you can find us on Rumble, 997WTN.com, and Facebook as well. And by the way, you can also listen to us on the radio, of course, the good old radio at 99.7 FM. And then you've got all of the different apps. You've got the iHeart app. You've got the TuneIn app. You've got the 99.7 WTN app as well. So we are all over the place and listen whenever whatever and wherever. All right, it is 5:16. Time to check the roads on WTN.
So you still have that closure in Mount Juliet this morning at North Mount Juliet Road between Division Street and Industrial Drive. That'll be picked up about 6 o'clock this morning, so maybe another 45 minutes. At B&A, you've got a crash involving injuries, Briley Parkway near the Airways Boulevard, exit 5. And then Hillwood, a crash on I-40 eastbound at Charlotte Pike. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Weather today for your Monday, July 14th, the high of 90, possible thunderstorms as well. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So what about this judge that is blocking what ICE is trying to do, which is get rid of all of the illegal aliens, the gangbangers, really, in Southern California? Well, Jonathan Turley, of course, he took to X over the weekend, and he said, no, what this judge is doing is not constitutional, and no, it will not hold up on appeal. Others have said that as well. It's not just Jonathan Turley. And I would say that this is just another example of an activist judge trying to stop ICE from doing their jobs. And so Dana Bash, I'm playing this audio from Meet the Press. Is she Meet the Press? No, I can't remember. Joan, help me. Where is Dana Bash? What?
She is CNN State of the Union.
All right, CNN State of the Union asked Tom Homan this question about the humanity. I want to make sure you understand the question. She asked about Tom Homan. She asked Tom Homan this question about the humanity of what ICE is doing. Listen.
One thing I have heard over and over anecdotally is that people who are in the United States legally are scared about getting swept up in all of this because of the color of their skin, because they speak with an accent, because of the location where they might be going. And they're not going out. They don't want to be detained by mistake, have their kids or themselves traumatized. Are you comfortable with that?
So here's I'm going to sound like a total a-hole here. Their fear is not our problem. Their fear is not our problem. Do you know what our problem is? Illegal alien gang members. That's our problem. Do they have their documents? Then carry them. Are they hanging out in suspicious areas like MacArthur Park, doing suspicious things? No. Well, then don't worry about it. Do they have a bunch of gang-related tattoos? No. Well, then don't worry about it. You live right. You're here legally. What's the issue?
If they're in the country legally, they got no reason to be afraid. ICE is looking for those in the country legally, and we're still prioritizing public safety threats and national security threats. That's the priority. But like I said, we do have collateral arrests in many areas because we're out looking for those public safety threats. But we're going to enforce immigration law, too. I mean, it's not okay to be in this country legally. It's not okay to enter this country legally. It's a crime. But legal aliens shouldn't, and U.S. citizens should not be afraid that they're going to be swept up in the raid. We know who we're looking for, and that's what the agents are out there seeking.
Yeah, and you know what? Sadly, stuff is going to happen. That is true. Stuff is going to happen. But I think what bothers a lot of folks, I know that it does bother me, is the hue and cry from the left about innocent people or legal citizens getting caught up in these raids. But they don't have a lot to say about innocent people getting killed at the hands of illegal aliens. And I will say it for the 1,000th time, and I know that you folks have heard this, but let's talk about if the Democrats, if the liberals, if the progressives in these sanctuary cities would simply allow ICE into the jails to pick up the bad guys there, then it's no problem. But what do? Y'all know what they do. They refuse to cooperate with ICE because of their sanctuary city status and sanctuary state status as well, and they just let them go. Just let them go. And that, of course, leads to more carnage. But what that also does is that leads to more arrests. And so for these Democrat-run cities, for these sanctuary cities, if you're not going to allow ICE to pick these people up in the jails, well, then there will be those collateral arrests, because you know who those gang members hang out with when they're not in jail and when they're not killing people? Other illegal aliens.
I guess my question is, do you have compassion for those people who are seeing what's going on, hearing you speak, seeing what's happening in their neighborhoods, shouldn't have any concern, but do just because of the reality of what they're seeing?
You know, Dana, the bottom line is if
Whatever
you
the hell
want
your
less
name
collateral arrest, and let us in the jail. I mean, we want to arrest a bad guy in the safety and security of a county jail, but sanctuary cities release him into the community, which means we got to go to the community and find him. And when we find that bad person, many, many times, whether it's at a work site or in the community, they're with other people in the United States illegally.
So there you go. And by the way, I would ask Dana Bash, so did you ask Democrats whether or not they had compassion for the families of Laken Riley or Rachel Marin? I'll wait. If somebody knows where Dana Bash did ask the Democrats and some of these sanctuary city advocates, do you have compassion for the families of those people that have been killed by illegal aliens? If you have that link, please send it to me at Dan Mandis Show on X. It is 5:22 on Nashville's Morning News. By the way, Super Text line is open, 615-737-9986. And take the Daily Dan poll. You can take it on X at Dan Mandis Show. Watch us on YouTube. Take it there as well. This week marks 6 months in the presidency of Donald Trump. Take two. What do you give him? An A, a B, a C, or a D, or an F? It is 5:23 now on WTN, and Joan Jones, a very tired and tuckered Joan Jones. We'll talk about why that is coming up at 5:35. But Joan, what's coming up in the news?
We'll tell you what to expect this week from the Kilmar Abrego Garcia case. Also, a new highly critical report about what the Secret Service did or maybe did not do before the first assassination attempt on President Trump. We've got those stories and more coming up here at 5:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
527. Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I'm listening, Joan, to some great audio from none other than Scott Jennings. So I guess Turning Point USA, they had their event over the weekend. And so I want to play real quickly. Because coming up at 5:35, I can't wait to play you some audio from Tucker Carlson, who, after I heard this audio, I want to replace the T in his name with an F. So this is Scott Jennings, who is has a completely different tone about what is going on in this country.
I'm here to talk about the revolution of common sense. That's the title of my upcoming book. And the phrase is courtesy of Donald J. Trump. And I wrote it because half the country deserves a defense of perhaps the greatest opening 6 months of any presidential term ever. And because I am tired of mindless liberals telling me every night, any day now, you all are all going to regret your votes from last November. Does a single person in this hall wish you could hop in a hot tub time machine and go back to November and vote for Kamala Harris or that buffoon Tim Walz?
I mean, clear. And you know what? Even Epstein aside, and I'm hearing from a lot of people on the super text line 615-737-9986, where people are saying, I'd give Trump an A, but if it wasn't for, Epstein, I'm going to give him a B. So Epstein, for some people anyway, and I'm going to get into the latest on that, but so for a lot of folks, the whole Epstein situation has knocked Trump down at least an entire grade. So if you give him an A, then you factor in Epstein and it's a B. If you give him a B, then, factor in Epstein and now Donald Trump gets a C. So that's what a lot of folks are saying. Epstein is a very important conversation. And Donald Trump, I got to tell you, over the weekend, I don't know if you know this, Joan, but over the weekend, Trump came out really in defense of Pam Bondi.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
I was like, really? So I think Trump is handling this horribly. He is. He's handling this horribly. And I don't want to regurgitate Friday's monologue, but I mean, he just is not doing well with this whole Epstein thing. And did you see the tweet from Kash Patel on this whole thing?
No.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
We have things to talk about. Coming up at 5:35, it is Nashville's Morning News.
I like the way you channeled your Jersey there.
Did you like that?
Yeah.
I'm trying to channel Jersey Jones. That's what I'm trying to do there. All right, it is 5:30 on WTN.
.5:30 now, I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. We should learn this week if a U.S. district judge will protect Kilmar Abrego Garcia from being immediately deported to a third country if he's released from custody prior to his criminal trial in Tennessee. Here's one of his lawyers.
The original arrest that took place happened without a warrant, without any legal basis. And that took place in the state of Maryland. And so our contention is that putting him back in his original position before the violation of law means bringing him back to the state of Maryland.
Yeah, well, at a hearing on Friday, Judge Paula Zinnes, who is an Obama appointee, made comments to the government lawyers that suggest she would side with Abrego Garcia's lawyers on this issue. A fight broke out at a class reunion in Chattanooga on Saturday, and 4 people were shot. All of the victims have non-life-threatening injuries. Police have not arrested any suspects so far in that case. A Senate report released yesterday says ahead of the assassination attempt on President Trump at the Butler, Pennsylvania fairgrounds, the U.S. Secret Service denied multiple requests to beef up his security apparatus. The Senate Committee on Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs report said there were 10 requests that were either denied or left unfulfilled, including an enhanced counter-drone system. Senator Rand Paul told Face the Nation this weekend that he believes there's a cultural cover-up within the service. He also accused former Director Kimberly Cheadle of lying to Congress. Dangerous weather over the weekend. It impacted millions across the country, including in flood-stricken Texas.
In central Texas, the search for flood victims temporarily halted as the area gets hit with another round of storms. The death toll from July 4th's catastrophic flooding now reaching at least 132. Residents in Kerrville, one of the city's hardest hit, were warned to move to higher ground.
That's ABC's Andrew Dimbert reporting. That is the latest news, traffic, and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Dan Mandis here. It is 5:32 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 89.7 WTN. I want to tell you about my HVAC company, Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. I've been working with them for over a decade. Now, the thing I've always loved is their mission to provide great service and, yes, save you money. Like this month, for example, the month of July. You can save big on Busy Bee's smart Wi-Fi water shutoff valve, only $12.49 this month, and you buy a whole new HVAC system, you get a free air duct fogging and UV light home treatment. And by the way, you get some plumbing problems? Well, Busy Bee does plumbing as well. $500 off a Halo 5 whole home filtration system. There's a whole lot more. Check them out online. They've got all the specials there at their website. It's busybeehvac.com. If you need some financing as well, by the way, how about 0% for 18 months with approved credit and payments as low as $100 a month? Check them out online. Again, it is busybeehvac.com, 615-775-7833.
On 24 in the westbound lanes this morning, there is a car into the guardrail on 24 westbound before Hickory Hollow Parkway, exit 60. The right exit lane now blocked off in that area. Careful as you're traveling around it. About a half hour left before they open up North Mount Juliet Road between Division Street and Industrial Drive. They spent the weekend doing some railroad repairs there. Watch at the airport, Briley Parkway at exit 5. There's a crash there involving some injuries. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
538, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Appreciate you listening. So, Tucker Carlson. Maybe it's just me, but I feel like Tucker has lost his mind. And I'm gonna play you some audio to, in my opinion, prove it. Because it feels like, Joan, he's got a little bit of TDS going on.
And it's just surprising because he was so supportive of President Trump.
Well, I think he's clearly been triggered.
Yeah.
And by the way, just so you know, I like Tucker Carlson.
Yeah, I know. I do too.
I've always liked Tucker Carlson. But I think he's just acting a little childish. Now, I'm going to play some audio for you. He was at Turning Point USA and their big function. Now, what I love is, and listen, everybody's got their right to free speech and everybody's got their right to react. But right before the break, I played you some audio, some, I thought, great audio from Scott Jennings, who is talking about what Donald Trump has been able to accomplish in the first 6 months of his presidency. All right, so I played you some Scott Jennings audio. Now, this is Tucker at the same exact event for Turning Point USA, and I'm just going to tell you part of the storyline on this is that liberals and progressives, Joan, are fawning over Tucker's speech.
Oh, of course they are.
Here's part of what he said. I've got 4 cuts. Here's part of what Tucker said.
If you deny people what they actually want long enough and instead substitute things that you claim they should want, like bombing Iran, you know, I mean, I'm not for Iran, where you spend all day telling me that it's so important that, you know, boys not playing girls' soccer teams, whatever. I agree. I hate the tranny stuff passionately. I think you should keep the boys off girls' soccer teams. But I don't know. It kind of feels like you're feeding me appetizers.
What?
At some point, I want to look around and see a better country.
Really? Appetizers.
Whoa.
So I do believe that he is way over his skis on this one. And I physically, when I saw this right before the show, I physically got angry with Tucker on this. Because he talks about wanting a better country and that all we're getting right now is appetizers. So let's look at the appetizers, all right? First 6 months. And Joan, you may have some other ones here, but here's what I have. He's working on mass deportation despite dealing with all of those judges, right? So mass deportation, check. Gotta love alligator Alcatraz, right? Check. Massive extension of the tax cuts and tax benefits for everybody. Check. Foreign policy. He has managed to broker a ceasefire with Israel and Iran. Now, obviously, Tucker doesn't like that. He doesn't care about that, whatever. I believe that that was a good move. We can agree to disagree, whatever. To me, that is a check. Not to mention, Donald Trump also brokered that peace deal between Pakistan and India, among others, right? Check. He got NATO to contribute far more. Check. Like it or not, the big, beautiful bill did pass, full of tax advantages, no tax on tips, a whole bunch of stuff in there that people like, child tax credit, so on and so forth. And yes, at least to me, keeping men out of women's spaces is a huge deal. But
he also brought home hostages from Gaza.
Oh, what a great point.
Right?
Yes.
And many of them American hostages.
Yep.
You know, come on.
So I don't know. It's like, what the hell is Tucker Carlson talking about?
I want to see a country I recognize. I don't want to see people sleeping on the sidewalk. I don't want to see people ODing on drugs. I want to know where those drugs coming from. Why can't you stop it? You've got the U.S. military. Don't you have SEAL Team 6? Like, what are they doing today? Don't you have Delta Force? You could give me another segment about how impressive the U.S. military is? I believe you. Why aren't they employed to make my country better? Why are my cities disgusting? I don't even want to go there. It smells like weed and halal food.
So what? Don't local governments have some responsibility? Why is it all on President Trump? Thank
you, Joan. That is bullet point number 2. A lot of what he's complaining about in that soundbite are state issues, but Donald Trump just talking about illegal immigration and all that kind of stuff, because he's complaining about where do all those drugs come from. Well, they come from across the border. They come from China into Mexico, and then, of course, they come into our country. Donald Trump is working very hard to stop all of that drugs coming into our country. So that's number 1. But you're right, Joan, the weed issue, state issue. Look at Denver, Colorado. And the only reason that I can point that out is because I was there when they were approving the marijuana. And Denver, Colorado now is a complete and utter train wreck.
Yes.
Because of that. So, but a lot of these things that he's talking about in that cut, they are state issues where they have legalized marijuana. The people sleeping on the street. Again, Donald Trump, I would say to Tucker, Donald Trump has tried to implement policies that will clean up our streets. Now, one of the things, and I spoke about this before, is that he wants to end homeless encampments. We certainly have a lot here in Middle Tennessee. So what Trump wants to do is he wants to relocate all of these homeless folks onto federal land over there, like out, right? Not destroying once great cities across America. He wants to put them on federal land where people can get the treatment that they need. You got doctors, you've got psychologists and psychiatrists. You basically are building an area where you send people so that they can get better. And Donald Trump signed an executive order to do just that. So when he's sitting here and Tucker is talking about all of these things, it's like he's not understanding or choosing not to tell folks or choosing not to consider what Donald Trump has done or tried to do to fix the problems that Tucker is whining about. And yeah, I am. I'm coming in hard on Tucker because I think that he is completely off base. And I think the dude, if you listen to him, he just sounds a little unhinged.
He has a way of sounding like that, especially when he laughs. Yeah, he's got that really odd laugh.
I know. And
but he did that interview with the president of Iran.
He did. Did he?
Oh, okay. Yeah, he did.
When?
I'm going to have to go back and look just to be sure. Right. So I'm going to look on that.
I want to make sure. So Tucker is now literally taking Iran's side. Did he ask the president of Iran, why is it that they throw gay people off of buildings? Why is it they hang gay people? Why is it that women's rights in Iran are like literally none whatsoever?
July 7th, the interview of Iran with the president of Iran is posted.
Okay.
So you can check it out.
I'll have to check it out.
He actually had to do he did a short pre-interview to say, hey, I interviewed the president of Iran and here's why. He had to explain why before posting it, which kind of tells you that maybe it's something that you shouldn't be doing.
When you have to do a disclaimer for an interview, then maybe that's going to be a problem.
I follow him pretty closely, and I feel like he's just coming off the rails.
He is. He's coming off the rails, which, again, is really sad because I still consider myself a fan of Tucker, but I just think that the way that he is presenting the Trump administration right now is completely wrong and completely out of context. Donald Trump, just going back to the homeless thing, Trump wants to focus on treatment, not housing. Because remember, what the left and what a lot of Republicans want to do is, we have people living on the street, just put a roof over their heads and the problem is solved.
Right.
No, it's not. What you're doing is you're enabling their drug use. Donald Trump wants to focus on treatment by sending them to a place where they can get all the resources they need so that they can get better and become contributing members of society. And he has signed an executive order to do just that. So, Donald Trump is trying to fix the problem. Here's more from Tucker. Listen.
And you're lecturing me about how it's a great moral victory that I kicked the boys off the girls' soccer team? Good, I'm so glad. But let's do the real stuff, like making New York livable.
So, is he diminishing boys in women's locker rooms
as an issue? That's incredible.
Like I'm going to play that again because it sounds to me like he is diminishing the accomplishments of Donald Trump and Riley Gaines and others who ran the risk of, Riley Gaines, she was attacked. She's been attacked physically over this. And Tucker is instead talking about local issues in the state of New York. Again, listen closely.
And you're lecturing me about how it's a great moral victory that I kicked the boys off the girls' soccer team? Good, I'm so glad. But let's do the real stuff, like making New York livable.
New York is about to possibly elect a Democrat socialist as mayor, Tucker.
I would call him a communist.
Communist, whatever.
Yeah.
All right, fine, whatever. I mean, but that is, again, New York gets what New York elects. And they've been electing Democrats for years. And by the way, they still will. You know why? Because they're flipping insane in New York. The governor, progressives, all of them in New York. So I don't understand why number one, I don't understand why he's diminishing keeping boys out of women's spaces, including sports and locker rooms. Does he have a daughter? I would ask Tucker Carlson. I don't know if he's got a daughter. If Tucker Carlson has a daughter, then I would say, how dare you diminish?
Yeah, for sure.
And I'm going to get graphic here, but how dare you diminish Donald Trump and Riley Gaines keeping penises away from your young daughter? How dare you diminish that accomplishment? That's what I would say. And New York is going to get what New York gets because that's how they vote. And that is their right to vote stupidly. If this is what they want to do as a people, to be a sanctuary city, then knock yourselves out, New York. I don't get it, man. I don't get it. Here's another one. Last one.
Can my children have without the benefit of like the great luck I have had, can they have a roughly approximate life that I had? Or how about just a middle-class life? Can they like get married young, as I did, and like have 4 kids and, take a couple jobs, work hard and all that stuff? But in the end, it's like, fine. Can they do that? Or is that like so remote a possibility that you need to tell me that Iran is the real threat to take my mind off the fact that you stole all the money and screwed up my country beyond recognition?
All right. So there you go.
Wow. He didn't just have luck. Tucker Carlson had a great, wealthy family, and his dad was a journalist too. Led him right into the profession that he served for many years. He didn't have just luck.
Well, and here's the deal, and I don't want to go on and on about Tucker Carlson, but apparently I'm going to because we're already like 10 minutes deep into this thing. But I just think that he's off the rails. And here's the deal. I'm not saying that we all need to, walk lockstep with the Trump administration. There's plenty that I disagree with the Trump administration on, including passionately and angrily the whole situation regarding Epstein. But to diminish the things that Donald Trump has done. And I think he's lost it. And I think that, I don't know, it sounds like it's official that dude has now Trump derangement syndrome. And so now you have all of these people on the left who are praising Tucker Carlson, saying, oh, this was a great speech. There's a bunch of things that I agree with him on. Okay. So
all they want to do is say, oh, there's so much GOP infighting that this is splitting the entire GOP voter base.
Yeah, I don't know.
And they want to use people like Tucker Carlson to
as an example.
Yeah, absolutely.
So Kash Patel, number one, I want to talk a little bit about Epstein. Number one is that Trump over the weekend, really it seemed to me like he was taking. I don't know if you paid much attention, Joan. Joan had a miserable weekend. Well, she had a great weekend,
had a terrific weekend,
but then
getting home.
Yeah, getting home, she had multiple flight delays, and you've only had like 3 hours of sleep.
Yeah.
So, but you got here, and thank you for your dedication.
By the way, it was that way all across the country. So
Right.
Anybody who flew this weekend, there's all these pop-up thunderstorms.
Yep.
And our pilots were terrific. They managed to get around it. But, the airlines, Southwest Airlines, just didn't talk to their customers and tell them what was going on. So you're just sitting around waiting, going, all right, so now what's happening?
So I don't know if you saw what happened over the weekend with Trump. He stood up and he said, number one, basically, again, quit bringing up Epstein. Don't talk about Epstein. Nobody cares about Epstein, right? So he did that again, and he's siding with Pam Bondi. And I think part of my frustration is that we're sitting here and we have been called a cult for the last 10 years, right? Trump supporters have been called a cult. Donald Trump himself even said, hey, you know what? I could shoot somebody in the middle of Fifth Avenue and people would still support me and people would still vote for me. Remember that whole thing?
I do.
This story regarding Epstein is proof that we're not a cult. Because there's a lot of people out there that are conservatives that are like, oh, hell no on this. Now, is it a deal breaker? I mean, that's maybe a Daily Dan poll for another time. So there's that aspect of it. But number two, Kash Patel puts this on X. The conspiracy theories just aren't true. Never have been. It's an honor to serve the President of the United States and real Donald Trump, and I'll continue to do so for as long as he calls on me. Well, Kash, who is the one that was spreading these conspiracy theories for years? It was you. It was Dan Bongino, and it was Pam Bondi.
And it was all that angst and anger about, we're going to get to the bottom of this.
Oh, the audio bites, and I'm so angry about Epstein. I don't know if I'm going to do much of it today, but you're right, Joan. I've been playing the audio bites and the replies, by the way, on not only this, but Trump's True Social, when he came out and basically told his supporters not to talk about Epstein. And people are like, oh, no, we will be talking about Epstein. And I think that he is treating his supporters like we are a cult. And that's just not the way that it works. So the replies are just, as you can imagine, they are in abundance. And all the sound bites are there, man. People are like, with Kash Patel, what about when you said this? What about when you said this? And people are posting the videos of Kash, talking big, and I tell you what, I mean, this audio, it just, simply put, it does not age well. And so, I don't know. I think that President Trump, the Epstein thing is not a deal breaker for me. I don't know if it's a deal breaker for you, but I will tell you that not only is it frustrating that there is apparently no list that will be forthcoming, that's obviously part of the conversation, but also part of the conversation is, and it's a big deal for me, is the president trying to literally tell his supporters what they should be pissed off about. And I don't play like that. Don't tell me what I should be angry about, just like Tucker Carlson. It's the same thing. Don't tell me what I should be concerned about and what I shouldn't be concerned about, because I think that these are all major issues that we do need to discuss. And I'm telling you, the Epstein thing, I don't know how much of a deal breaker it is for folks, but it is going to be interesting to watch. All right, it is 5:56 on Nashville's Morning News. Joan Jones has the news at 6. Joan.
Yeah, coming up here, we'll tell you who was alongside President Trump during an appearance this weekend. Also, the local school district that's making parents more responsible for getting their kids to school. Stick around for that and more coming up at 6 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.56 on WTN. Listen, it is July. Summer clearly is here. So if you're thinking about selling your home right now, well, call my friends at Mark Spain Real Estate. With their guaranteed offer, you can sell your home quickly and for maximum value. Make the most of your July by selling your home with that guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate. You can skip all the hassles of a traditional home sale and sell your home quickly without the stress of showings, open houses, or costly repairs. Now, Mark Spain Real Estate's guaranteed all-cash offer allows you to sell your home in as little as 21 days. You can move when you're ready. Now, one listener, Lori, said Mark Spain Real Estate is great. They had our house sold within 3 days, and they kept us informed of everything that was happening. Mark Spain Real Estate was wonderful to work with. She says, I would recommend them to anyone looking to sell. Well, so with the over 13,000 five-star reviews that are up online, you can trust the top real estate team in the U.S. to sell your home stress-free and for the most money. Call them, 855-299-SOLD. Move when you want to move. 855-299-SOLD. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today and start packing.
Good morning, 6 o'clock now, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. 73 degrees right now, and there is a chance of storms, some thunderstorms later today. Stick around for that coming up. President Trump expressed support for Attorney General Pam Bondi over the weekend after she was criticized repeatedly during a mega conference.
President Trump attending the FIFA Club World Cup final in New Jersey with Attorney General Pam Bondi in a show of support amid growing backlash after the Justice Department said there was no additional evidence to reveal in the Jeffrey Epstein case. Many in Trump's base are angry with the DOJ's report and are accusing Bondi of taking part in a cover-up.
That's ABC's Lionel Moisey reporting. Investigators working on that Air India flight that crashed last month say their focus is now on fuel control switches for the engines. They were moved to the cutoff position seconds after takeoff. ABC's Clara McMichael with the preliminary report.
These are military-grade switches. They have to be lifted up and moved to the next position. It's not something where you just bump your elbow into it and it can shift one way or another. Experts I've spoken with say it's impossible that these switches would have been moved accidentally. Now, 10 seconds after the switches were turned off, one of the switches was turned back on, the other switch shortly thereafter, but there just wasn't enough time for the engines to recover, and that's what led to the plane crash.
Some local news now. Lebanon schools have widened the so-called parent responsibility zone. That's where they believe the students live close enough to be able to walk to school.
What happens with the parents who have to be at work at 6 a.m. or have to leave at 6 a.m. to beat Nashville traffic downtown? It's not fair.
That parent speaking to Channel 4. Lebanon schools say they're putting more of the responsibility on parents as the school is serving a growing number of students who live further away from the schools. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com.
The European Union is holding off on its retaliatory tariffs on U.S. goods, saying that now is the time for negotiations. Those fees on American products exported to the EU were set to take effect today. Italy's foreign minister is due in D.C. today for trade talks. Wine and cheese makers in France say they're getting ready for a hit to their business if U.S. tariffs do go into effect. The French dairy industry alone exports more than $400 million worth of products to the U.S. every year. Talk of tariffs and counter-tariffs have stock futures pointing lower this morning. On Friday, the Dow Jones fell 279 points and headed into the weekend at 44,371. The Standard & Poor's and NASDAQ Composite both backed away from records they set earlier in the week. Bitcoin, on the other hand, just keeps gaining steam. The price of the largest cryptocurrency by market capitalization topped 122,600 overnight, according to data from Coinmetrics. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
And stock futures all pointing down so far this morning. That is the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Looks like they're still working on that spot on 24, the westbound side this morning. At exit 60, that's where there's a crash, a car into the guardrail, and they've got the right exit lane blocked off this morning. Mount Juliet, they're about to open up that area on North Mount Juliet Road between Division Street and Industrial Drive. It had been shut down all weekend for railroad repairs. Berry Hill, I-440 eastbound at exit 5, you've got a bridge inspection going on there. The right lane remains blocked off. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.607 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Welcome on into Monday. It is July 14th. I don't know, Joan, you were out of town this weekend.
Yep.
But did you hear what you missed here in Nashville this weekend?
Oh, no. What did I miss?
Ilhan Omar was in town.
Nuh-uh.
She sure was. She and Justin Jones held a big town hall in Antioch.
Oh, my goodness.
So you know what I want to know? And I tweeted this out. Follow me on X at Dan Mandis Show. So does Justin Jones, does he agree with Ilhan Omar and all of her anti-Semitic, pro-Hamas, anti-Israel rhetoric? Like listen, if he is having a big town hall with her, and they are, they're doing it together, and they've done this in solidarity not once but twice now, because old Justin Jones went to Minneapolis for a big town hall in Minneapolis. And so it would appear, and he obviously is not going to respond to my post on X, but I want to know, inquiring minds want to know. All right, so your sister, that's what he calls her, his sister, Ilhan Omar, was doing this town hall at Cane Ridge High School, then do you approve of and side with her pro-Hamas, anti-Israel, in my opinion, pro-terrorist stance? I mean, remember, she is all about boycott, divest, and sanctioning of Israel. Now, I realize, and here's the thing, I realize there's some of you folks that are like, well, I mean, it sounds horrible, right? When you ask him, do you side with her on these anti-Israel things? But to the left, I mean, this is just like another day. Of course, they all stand by the anti-Israel stance. I mean, of course they do. Why is that even a question? So this was in Andy Ogle's district, and part of what they're trying to do is they're trying to pull some of the, I guess some of the, I don't know, the Hispanic community in Antioch over to their side is what they're trying to do. They're trying to go after Andy Ogles, obviously. And so, but I love this. This is funny. The loudest applause of the afternoon was not for the politicians, but for a 17-year-old Nashville student, Brecklin Forsay, a student at the University School of Nashville, and she read her poem. Do you know what the poem is called? The Empire Eats Itself, with confidence to a crowd that roared. So, one of the lines that was in this poem? This is what grief looks like when it's forced to wear red, white, and blue. One line of the poem reads, can somebody please, hey, Joan, are you forced to wear red, white, and blue?
I'm not. Nope.
I've never in my guys in the other nobody here has been forced. Is super text line, or maybe hit me up on X at Dan Manda Show. Anybody here forced to wear red, white, and blue?
You did text me the other day saying wear it or else. So
I'm sure that I did. Yes.
You're not complying. You're all in black this morning.
I know.
KGB.
I'm standing on principle.
So nowhere is anybody. Note to this 17-year-old Nashville student, Brecklin Forsay, student at University School of Nashville. Nobody is forced to wear red, white, and blue, honey. No, nobody is. I mean, it's fine if that's what you want to do. We've all got freedom of speech here, but we also have freedom of expression, and part of freedom of expression is not wearing red, white, and blue or being forced to wear red, white, and blue. So Joan, you missed it. You missed Ilhan Omar.
Darn.
And follow me on.
I would have wanted to see her.
I'm sure. You know what? I wouldn't have. I would have gotten arrested. And she's not worth it. I was going to say I was going to throw eggs at her, but I think they're still kind of expensive.
Yeah.
And she's not worth it.
There's rotten eggs somewhere you can find.
You know what? There probably are some rotten eggs, but again, it's not worth the arrest. And that's all I'm saying. And by the way, I also, of course, clearly do not recommend or condone violence. Is it violent to throw eggs at someone? Would you call that violence? Joan, what do you think? Would that be considered violence if we show up and throw rotten eggs at
It depends on
Ilhan
who you're
Omar?
asking, right?
Yeah.
So,
Listen, their side throws bricks.
They do. And frozen water bottles.
And do they really?
Yes.
Frozen water bottles?
Oh, that's a thing in D.C., yeah.
Throwing frozen water bottles.
Yes. During the upheaval during, what's his name? George Floyd, the George Floyd upheaval.
Yes,
That's what they found. They found that people, they had brought the bricks and the frozen water bottles and placed them so that when it started, this, the confrontation with police, they'd be able to just pick them up and throw them.
Okay.
Yeah. Happens all the time.
You know what, though? You'll never be wanting for water if you're a conservative.
True.
Yeah. Hot days. All right. Whatever. Real quickly, by the way, part of what they were trying to say was that Andy Ogles doesn't hold town hall meetings, which I don't know that he has, to be perfectly honest, and he should, as a matter of fact. So anyway, that is part of the news. I will let you know if Justin Jones actually does respond to my post on X asking him if he stands by her pro-Hamas, anti-Israel bias. By the way, something a little different today. I am now posting on my X feed the Daily Dan poll as well. So if you follow me on X at Dan Manda's Show, the poll today is grade POTUS 6 months in, and A, B, C, D, or F. So the YouTube poll is now also on X. Now, I'm interested to see if we'll have a different response on X versus the YouTube poll. So on X, 51% give Donald Trump an A 6 months in, 43.1% give him a B, 5.9% give him a C, and nobody gives Donald Trump a D or an F.
How about that?
Yeah, right? So most people, I fall in the B category. Now, if it wasn't for Epstein, he'd get an A. KGB, what are people saying on YouTube?
Roughly the same. 54% A, 31% B, 13% C, and 2% D or F.
Well, that's because there are some haters on YouTube. Watch us on YouTube, by the way, if you want to watch the radio show. By the way, wearing a new shirt today, and it's very nice. And
I
also,
like the texture of it.
And also stupidly expensive.
Should the new poll be, do you like Dan's shirt?
No, it shouldn't be. Can I tell you why I have a new shirt? Because Chris Handonite, true story, I'll tell you after the traffic. 6:15, time to check the roads on WTN. Six 16 on Nashville's Morning News on WTN. As far as your weather today, looks like we've got a high of 90 and possible thunderstorms as well. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News. So, Joan, Chris Hand and I, we taped our very first podcast last week.
Have you seen the picture on like the thumbnail on the YouTube channel?
No.
It looks awesome. It's like an animated, you guys animated.
Oh, cool. Okay, very good. Well, in any event, so we did it, and I think we've got a pretty good viewership, whatever. A lot of people have watched it, whatever. We've got pretty decent results. I am horrified at how I look in of course, predictably, how I look in this in the podcast. It's 30 minutes of me literally, Amy. You know what Amy said? Amy said, "Why are you trying to hide?" So if you look at it, I'm wearing this. I don't even know what it's like. It's like a little smoking jacket kind of a thing. Whatever. Anyway, so Amy said, "Honey, we're going shopping for some new clothes." And that is exactly what we did. So
I love it.
I've got a whole bunch of new clothes, and
she takes care of you.
Well, because I don't. I'm going to be honest. If you go watch it, and this is not a ploy to try to get people to go watch it, but you can on all the socials on YouTube. Just search. Search. What the hell is it called? Oh, Mostly Peaceful with Dan and Chris. Search it, and you'll see how I am. I see Amy's point. I was trying to hide because I have a personal hatred for myself. Anyway, but a lot of really good comments on it as well. So go check it out after I'm done at 9.
Amy, give him a hug when he gets home.
Yeah.
Whatever. Anyway, so moving right along. President Trump, and by the way, we're going to do this at least once a week. At least once a week, we are going to do this. And so if you would, check it out. Now, President Trump, as Joan reported, is going to announce a new arms deal with Ukraine today. So if you think Tucker Carlson was having a crap fit over the weekend on Iran, wait till you see Tucker and what he has to say today regarding Ukraine. President Trump, there's a number of things going on. President Trump is thinking about sanctioning Russia and its energy sector. Would the Republicans take that up in the House of Representatives and the Senate? Speaker Mike Johnson was on with Maria Bartiromo.
I would. I think there's a big appetite for that in the House as well. I think tough sanctions are called for. I mean, Vladimir Putin has shown an unwillingness to work with President Trump to bring an end to this unjust war on Ukraine. And we got to talk tough and we got to act tough. That's what he responds to. He's a bully, and if you don't treat him as such, then he'll continue to run his rampage through Ukraine. And we got to bring an end to that. We need peace in this conflict. It's long overdue.
All right, so here's the deal: whatever sanctions we impose, they got to hurt, man. Like, I am so tired of this sanctions crap because it seems like these sanctions, they don't do anything. I mean, Joe Biden, and trust me when I say I understand Donald Trump is a far cry from Joe Biden, but let's be honest that these sanctions have never really done much against Russia. They just never really have. And there's a reason for that. The reason for that is that Russia, they're able to sort of scoot by the Western sanctions because they work directly with the likes of, India and China, North Korea, and Iran. And so the sanctions, they don't really have the impact that we're trying to inflict upon Russia. And so they've learned to do business with countries not always friendly to the United States. And again, I named the big three: China, Iran, and India. They have oil tankers that are really off the grid, if you will. They call them shadow fleets. And as far as goods go, well, they could just as easily go through other third-party countries to do business with. So Biden, of course, as everyone knows, tried to sanction Russia before they went into Ukraine. Didn't do a darn bit of good. Jack Keane is a retired general and a Fox News analyst.
What we have witnessed now for so many weeks is certainly an honest attempt by the president with Putin to get him to come to the negotiating table. And remember, it was a minimal request. We were talking about a 30-day ceasefire. And here we are many, many weeks later, and what has Putin done? He has escalated the war rather dramatically, and particularly against Ukrainian citizens. He's trying to break their will in support of the government to force Zelensky to come to the negotiating table with Russia and make some serious concessions that Zelensky is obviously not prepared to make at this time.
So Trump has obviously tried big time to end this war. He really has. I believe that he misplayed this into thinking that he would be able to have this war done on day one. Remember, Donald Trump, I'll say it for the left, this is one of those issues that Donald Trump was a failure at. I'm just going to tell you, he failed. He promised day one, and it didn't happen. Obviously, he misplayed it. So moving on from that, because the left is, of course, having that field day with a broken promise, but Trump has tried. You cannot deny that Donald Trump has tried. So now what's next? Well, here's what Trump needs to do. First of all, in talking about what Russia has done, they're attacking civilian sites in Ukraine more and more and more. And so now what Trump is going to do, by the way, human rights organizations, the civilian casualty toll in Ukraine in 2025 rose by 37% compared with the same period as last year, mostly due to Russia's use of long-range explosive weapons, including cluster munitions in densely populated areas. Civilians, according to the UN, amongst some of these human rights organizations. So Trump, I think, knows what he needs to do. And it sounds like what he's going to do is that he is going to really weaponize Ukraine through the United Nations.
Well, it has frustrated him. And certainly what Putin wanted to frustrate the president. He wants the president to be so frustrated that he'll pull away his support from Ukraine. Well, he accomplished one part of that. The president is frustrated. But guess what? He's not pulling away from Ukraine. As a matter of fact, tomorrow he's going to announce his support for Ukraine, a military assistance program for sure. And I think he's going to put a program on the table that will likely not have any taxpayer money involved in the funding of it.
So basically and we did talk about this on Friday, the big announcement today with Donald Trump and a big, massive, they say, arms package to Ukraine. By the way, Lindsey Graham, he is all at Twitter over this. He's very excited about this. We've got audio from him as well. Basically, what's going to happen is Trump is going to force the United Nations to buy our weaponry, and then the United Nations will send it to Ukraine. And so that's why the president and others are saying it's not going to cost the taxpayers any money. Well, sort of, because remember, we do a lot of funding of the United Nations. So we'll have to see ultimately what the president does announce today. It is 6:23 on Nashville's Morning News. Joan Jones is here. Joan.
Yeah, so have you heard about the raids on the marijuana farm in California? A judge has made a ruling about that, and we will talk about that and the summertime weather that we will be experiencing around here this week. That's all coming up here at 6:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Dan Mandis here for Loan Pronto. Listen, friends, if you are maxed out on credit cards, if you are struggling with high interest debt, you could pay it all off in days with Loan Pronto's rapid equity loan. You can get cash out right now without touching, by the way, your low rate first mortgage. No appraisals, no waiting, and no BS. The rapid equity loan program at Loan Pronto is amazing. Now, one Loan Pronto client just got $300,000 approved in under 24 hours. Now, they paid off debt. They renovated their kitchen and cut their monthly expenses by $1,800. That is a huge turnaround. With Loan Pronto, look, you get instant approvals, low rates, and no hard credit pull up front. This is your home equity. Use it to put yourself in a better financial position. Call them to get started, 615-499-5780. 615-499-5780. Get debt relief right now. LoanPronto.com. Equal housing lender, NMLS 166-1781 on approved credit, NMLSconsumeraccess.org. Lake lovers, listen up. Dan Mandis here. Tennessee National Lakefront Resort, Golf, and Marina Community, they are releasing a brand new phase of lake lots, one day only on Saturday, July 26th. Cottage packages with a boat slip starting at $359.9. 1.5 acre lots with covered boat slips from $99.9. And move-in ready homes with free upgraded outdoor kitchen, $30,000 off. Now, the amenities at Tennessee National, they are incredible. Private golf cart access to a new marina and resort, 10 miles of walking trails, and yes, 3.5 miles of shoreline, to name just a few. Celebrate the lake life and make memories. This is a limited property release. Again, it is Saturday, July 26th. This is just 20 minutes from Knoxville, Tennessee. Financing is available. Find them online anytime at TennesseeNational.com. TennesseeNational.com, 865-408-9992 to secure your private tour.
Well, not Dan.
What's happening? Oh.
Yeah, so we...
Listen, I think clearly what needs to happen is they need to sell more commercials on this show. That's what I'm just kidding. Sorry about that.
But listeners love that. Why don't you continue promoting that, Dan?
Listen, a man's got to wash his hands.
Okay.
That's all I'm saying. 629.
Gotcha.
Hey, you know who we're going to talk to next?
Who?
Matthew Hurt.
Okay.
You know where he is? He's in London.
Okay.
Yeah, I am actually.
What time is it there?
I'm not even sure what time it is. You know what? It's time for him to get up.
Yeah, for sure.
Because we're gonna. I have no idea. Well, you know what's the crazy thing is we're gonna talk to him. We can ask him what time it is there.
Yeah.
Oh, all right. So very good. By the way, why do you have an assistant and I don't? Joe, do you have an assistant?
I do not have an assistant. Nope.
Wow.
Working all by myself over here.
So, Samuel, congratulations. You are like an assistant to an assistant to an assistant. Anyway, it's 6:30 on WTN.
Good morning. It's now 6:30. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Want to let you know, drivers, that on 24 westbound, before Hickory Hollow Parkway, exit 60, you've got the right exit lane blocked off this morning. And it's because of a crash, a car into a guardrail there. And it looks like police are still out there trying to clear that wreck this morning. So hello, summertime. We're getting all the summer-related feels this week.
And it is just going to be a week, my friends, to once again keep the umbrella handy across Middle Tennessee and Southern Kentucky. It is fair game every single day for a pop-up shower or thunderstorm to develop in the afternoon and heading into the evening. No big main weather feature that we're talking about.
Yeah, Stefano says some of those could contain some heavy downpours, too. He's got more in the full forecast coming up. 14 children rescued in a raid on a marijuana farm in California on Friday. And more than 200 illegal immigrants were arrested, too. It was part of a series of raids across California where ICE agents were met, in some cases, by violent protesters. One was captured on video firing shots at the agents. Well, shortly after that, a federal judge stepped in with yet another anti-ICE ruling.
A federal judge in California has ordered the Trump administration to temporarily halt what is called indiscriminate immigration stops in 7 California counties, including Los Angeles. The judge's orders say DHS cannot detain someone based on race, spoken language, job, and deny a detainee the right to legal counsel.
That's ABC's Zoreen Shah reporting. Meantime, California State University in LA is now allowing their professors to move classes online over fears of possible raids by ICE agents. Now, that university hasn't reported any raids at all. CSU previously directed its staff and faculty not to help federal immigration agents or give them access to private areas of that campus. That is the latest news. We've got your traffic and weather just ahead. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. It is 6:32 on Nashville's Morning News. You know, I visited the Clayton Homes Dixon showroom the other day. Now, these are amazing homes for great prices, even better these days because they are in the middle of their Sign and Save sales event. So that's right. You can save $2,500 on a single section or $5,000 on a multi-section home, courtesy of Clayton Homes. Again, they've got a great facility there in Dixon, an amazing showroom. Now, you walk into these homes, and they do look luxurious, complete with energy-smart appliances, great floor plans as well. These manufactured homes have come a long way over the years, and Clayton Homes can help you not only find that plot of land and get it ready to live on. They really are a one-stop shop, Clayton Homes. Now, don't forget that you can save thousands of dollars right now with the Sign and Save sales event, $2,500 on a single section or $5,000 on a multi-section. Check them out for yourself at manufacturedhomeoffers.com. That's manufacturedhomeoffers.com. Available only at participating Clayton Homes family of brands retailers through August 31st. Amount of savings may be limited. Ask for details. May not be available with certain financing. Lender restrictions apply. Dan Mandis here, and Matthew Hurt is coming up next. He is connected from London. And listen, if you're a business owner, if your concrete floors need a little love, my friends at Specialty Coatings, they can help you. Now, they specialize in concrete floor coatings and polished concrete as well. They've been doing this for 30 years, helping businesses look better. Now, if you've got a business and your floors look terrible, well, then they can help you. Because remember what I've been saying, that if your floors look terrible, then that is a reflection on your business and the way that you do business. Well, Specialty Coatings, they can help you. They've been working on some of the biggest facilities across Tennessee over the last many years. You've probably walked on some of their incredible concrete floor coatings, major sports stadiums, of course, arenas and convention centers as well. You know that just last year, Specialty Coatings in Nashville installed over 1 million square feet of coatings for businesses across Tennessee. Now, those businesses include manufacturing, warehouses, airplane hangars, retail, and a lot more. So check them out. Their website is specialtycoat.com. You can see examples of all of the flooring that they do and what they can do for you. Specialtycoat.com. Send them an email at sales@specialtycoat.com. Tell them Dan told you to reach out at 615-591-9491 for Specialty Coatings.
The westbound lanes of 24 at exit 60. You're going to watch it there. The right exit lane blocked off by a crash. It's been there for a while this morning. You've got Priest Park and an accident at Bell Road, at Ned Shelton Road. Also bridge inspections on 440 eastbound this morning over I-65. That's exit 5. That's in Berry Hill. And Madison, 65 southbound side at exit 90. It's debris on the off-ramp right lane. You'll have to steer around this morning. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.636, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Live from London. Ye gods. It's Matthew Hurt. Matthew, how are you? I don't hear him. Am I supposed to be doing something? But hey, Joan, why don't we go ahead and just enjoy the national anthem for...
We could go get a cup of tea and some crumpets.
Yes. Apparently, we're not ready. He's there.
He's there.
Is he there?
Matt,
Hey,
can you hear me, Dan?
I got you. Hello. Hey, Matt, how are you?
From the future.
Yes, you are. How many, what are you, like 5.5 hours ahead of us?
Yeah, it is 12:30, just after 12:30 in England, and I've been here since middle of last week.
Okay, so have you had tea and crumpets, and what do they taste like?
Well, tea comes with cookies, all kinds of lightly sweetened cookies. The big meal here is beans on toast, which I'm sure all of your listeners have had many, many times. England, not well known for its cuisine, particularly given the history of so many colonies. You would think there'd be better food here, but no. I'm enjoying time training conservatives how to win again in Europe and in England and across the globe.
Now, can I ask a question, and then we'll get down to business? But when you're in Rome, do as the Romans do. So. You are in England, and we all know that people from that neck of the world, they have bad teeth, right? So do you not brush your teeth for, a week or so that you can get that sort of grayish hue that they've all got?
Dan, I walked by a dentist's office the other day, and that was the first thing I thought of. But no, I packed my trusty toothbrush and brought my own toothpaste, and we are good to go.
All right, so what are you doing there? So you are teaching conservatives there how to do what?
So I work full-time, Dan, as you know, at Leadership Institute, and most of our programming is in the United States. We teach conservatives how to win elections. We teach conservatives how to get involved at the local level. And I personally teach conservatives how to get jobs in public policy. But once a year, and it's been in Europe for a long time, we teach conservatives from around the world how to raise money for the causes and the candidates of their choice. So right now we have 94 people from 21 different countries, including the United States, who are here for a full week to learn how to raise money for the conservative candidates, causes, nonprofits, and NGOs of their choice. It's super exciting. This is my first trip for this program, and I'm very excited to share my experience and to network with people who are doing many of the things some of your listeners are doing right there in Tennessee. The folks who are at this event are doing it all over the world.
All right, so Donald Trump, President Trump, he says that when he speaks to world leaders, that they all say that America is the hottest country in the world right now. So how do people in London, how do they feel about Americans?
Well, Dan, London is currently the hottest place because they don't believe in air conditioning here, and that is one of the failed policies of the left. But President Trump is slated to come to London in September, and I have received and had so many conversations with people who are very curious about American politics. Even conservatives in England and Europe are not quite the same as we are in the United States. So there's a lot of curiosity, a lot of interest in American politics. And actually, just at the end of last week, I appeared on GB News, which was founded and established in part by Nigel Farage, to talk about American politics. So people are very interested in what's going on. And curious about it. And this is not my first trip to Europe. Dan, many of your listeners who have considered maybe going to Europe say they may think that Europeans don't like Americans, but we're welcomed with a level of curiosity and interest. It's actually pretty exciting to come over here and visit.
What does curiosity and interest mean?
Yeah, I've not outright had,
I'm just gonna. Hey, Matthew, let me just say, like, that doesn't exactly sound like they're welcoming us with open arms. I mean, we go to the zoo and we look at curiosity of interest with the animals inside the cages. I mean, that doesn't necessarily mean that they're welcoming you with open arms.
Well, I feel welcomed. Of course, I'm in a room with about 100 conservatives from all over the place. But the people that I've met at the pub and at restaurants and outside Buckingham Palace there's no other place in the world that has politics like we do in the United States. And so people who are largely ignorant of the day-to-day political goings-on have wide-ranging and open-ended questions. And if you, or in this case, me, are in a place, I get an opportunity to be an ambassador to American conservatism and politics. And so I get to have those one-on-one conversations, which is where we move the needle in politics anyway. So a lot of curiosity in a good way. And then I explain how these policies work on the ground. In fact, last week, with what President Trump has done with immigration is of high interest in London and in the United Kingdom because of the immigration situation they have here, the immigration problem. And so people are asking how those policies actually play out on the ground in the United States.
Well, they've had, I mean, a lot of issues with, you had Brexit, you've got the roving gangs of Muslims who are, grooming gangs, and so that is a big problem there in Europe and in London and so forth. And so I guess part of my question would be, has those, I would call those failed policies, immigration, I would call that a failed policy, whether it's here in America or in Europe, where they have allowed all of this to happen. And so I guess my question is, do the people in London, do they recognize that as failed policy? Biden had open borders, and we all know what's going on there. So do they consider it? By and large to be a failed policy, open borders?
Every country needs borders. Every country needs a shared language. Every country needs a shared culture. And the thing that we do, I think, really well in the United States is when people come to the U.S., within about a generation or two, they're fully assimilated into American culture. That does not happen anywhere else in the world. So what I've seen in London over the last 4 or 5 days I've been here are segmented, separated cultures who do not engage with others. In fact, Dan, I took a walking tour on Saturday with somebody who was probably an avant-garde comedian and cultural figure, and he was dressed as a woman. He received a number of very nasty looks and complaints from some members of a religious community here, the Muslim population, and I got to thinking to myself, what does Western civilization look like? It is a defense of free speech. It's a defense of freedom and opportunity. And those values, those principles don't exist really anywhere outside the United States to the extent they exist in the U.S. But even in Western Europe, those values are under threat and under assault. And so many voters here, there's an election early next year in the United Kingdom, in Scotland, Wales, and in the cities. And people are thinking about immigration is the number one issue of many of the people I've spoken with.
All right, 6:45. Matthew Hurt joining us from London. Going to talk about politics here in America straight ahead. Real quick, let's check the roads on WTN. far as weather goes, today, high of 90, possible thunderstorms as well. Matthew Hurt, our grassroots political analyst, is joining us live from London. All right, so in this country, a couple of things are going on. Just real quick, the Epstein saga does continue. And one of the things that Donald Trump has been trying to do, Matthew, is try and guide his supporters away from it, saying, in fact, he had a big, long post over the weekend about how he supports Pam Bondi and quit talking about Epstein. Epstein doesn't matter. The man will not die. And I think part of what I see is the president treating, and I say this as a supporter, Matthew, the president treating his supporters like a cult, which is something the left has always accused Donald Trump supporters of, is being a cult. I think the Epstein thing proves clearly that we are not a cult. We are, unlike the Democrats, we are more free thinkers. What do you think?
You and I spoke a bit about this last week, and I followed it over the weekend. There was allegedly a tense conversation between the White House Chief of Staff and Dan Bongino, who many of your listeners were very likely familiar with from his radio days. And this is a difference, a departure. You and I spoke, when we spoke about this last week, we talked about Donald Trump having the ability to guide his many of his most ardent supporters along with him. I think this is an issue that is really going to cause trouble. And the political side of this is Democrats are going to see this, knowing it would never get through the House, but someone may sponsor a resolution or attempt to force a vote to release some of this. This is what I'm seeing in the news today, knowing that it would never get through the House, it would never get through the Senate, but just to drive a wedge between the president and other Republicans. This is a serious issue. President Trump made it an issue on the campaign trail, and many of his most ardent supporters are still very tied in and paying attention to this, and it is frustrating to see.
Well, I mean, you have Kash Patel, you've got Dan Bongino, not to belabor the point, but you got all these folks that have been talking about Epstein for so long. Now that we're expected to just, ignore all of their past statements. I mean, Bongino, hours and hours and hours of radio show focused on Epstein. Same with Kash Patel. He would be a guest on radio shows and basically say the same thing. Same deal with Pam Bondi, Fox News, et cetera. Now, the big question, though, is that Trump is not running for re-election. And so, in my opinion, you've got J.D. Vance and you've got Marco Rubio, maybe also Ron DeSantis. So if Trump can sort of absorb this fire, if you will, if he can absorb the blowback and we can keep J.D. Vance and Marco Rubio and some of these folks sort of, immune from all of this pushback from MAGA, then I think ultimately it will not impact the next presidential election. But I don't know. What do you think?
It may not impact the next presidential election, but what could very well happen is it impacts the midterm elections. Many of the Trump voters who helped him get across the finish line in 2024 were first-time voters, or they had not voted in a presidential election before. And those individuals, if you got involved in 2023 and 2024 and you were very excited about President Trump and he doesn't deliver on this issue that you care about, what is the incentive to go out and vote in 2026? And so we may very well see a significant drop-off among people who got involved in politics because of Donald Trump. And in American politics, there are people, you and I have paid attention to these for a long time, these issues and candidates. But a lot of people, they're raising a family. They're paying the mortgage and they're not paying attention. And a candidate or an issue or a cycle clues them in and they start getting involved. If those people checked in last year and they check out next year, it's not going to be good for Republicans, especially as Trump has really created this coalition of a new kind of voter. And it's very important, I think, to keep those individuals engaged.
One of the things, though, is the economy is doing well, and tariffs have brought in billions and billions of dollars. And so I wonder if this is going to be an issue where you have everything else is going well. I mean, despite the pushback from these judges, we are moving forward with the mass deportations of illegal alien gang members. The big, beautiful bill passed, like it or not. A lot of people like it because of the tax breaks. I don't know. Do you see with an economy that, I mean, right now seems to be doing okay? Do you really see this as a major issue with everything else going so well?
Well, some voters clue in on one issue. You know, I'm the chairman of the Arlington County Republican Party. There is a 99.9% chance I'm voting Republican in every election, every time I can vote. But some people, they look at the economy, they say it's going well, I'm going to vote for that reason. Some people look at immigration, they say that's going well, I'm going to vote for this reason. One big reason to vote or to not vote is better than many little reasons. And so if there are, if there's one big reason, and your big reason was you clued in because you wanted to drain the swamp, and this issue is significant to you, it could be a deterrent. I do think overall, on all the other issues, the economy looks good. Our immigration, Trump's immigration policy is doing well. There's a lot to be hopeful for. And you hope in those one-on-one conversations at the door or on the phones or with the candidates that those individuals move back into the we're going out and vote. It's still way too early. We're 16, 17 months out from the midterm elections. People are not paying attention now. But if this is still an issue in the summer of 2026, then it is going to be a big issue.
All right. Let's see here. I think one last question, and I know polling doesn't really matter, but there's been some positive polling on the president here. I think The Hill had some good polling on Friday. Not only the president doing well, but also the Democrats still have a lot of major issues. So talk about where you think the Republicans are right now, but even the Democrats. I mean, the Democrats, regardless of how people feel about Donald Trump, the Democrats are still looking horrible these days.
Well, even the polls out of North Carolina, President Trump targeted Senator Tom Tillis, and he's not running for re-election. And even the polls last week about North Carolina show Republicans still in pretty good shape. I think that, again, as we're 14, 16, 18 months from when people do start to clue in to the midterms, we're in a different place. One poll doesn't say much, but a number of polls tells a story. And I think if the economy continues, if the victories at the Supreme Court continue, if the immigration issue continues, I think more and more Americans will say, hey, we're actually doing pretty well here. And there'll be a shift. And then, of course, the Democrats, you can't beat somebody with nobody. So there isn't a clear front runner. Again, they're not spending money on campaigning, although you had Ilhan Omar in Nashville. And so people are beating the drum. But again, most voters are not yet paying attention.
Ilhan Omar in Nashville. So I sent out a tweet to Justin Jones because Justin Jones sent out a tweet, said, oh, his sister is in Nashville, and they're in Andy Ogle's district. And I guess what they're trying to do is draw attention to the fact that Ogle's has not had an in-person town hall. And so the thing that I tweeted back at Justin Jones is, okay, so do you support her pro-Hamas, anti-Israel, opinions? She's all about BDS, and she supports, Palestine and the elimination of Israel, all that stuff. And, as I would just say this as we wrap this up, we all find it abhorrent that you have people serving in our House of Representatives that are pro-Hamas, are anti-Israel, are pro-BDS movement, and we find it horrifying. But it's for the Democrats just another day.
And on messaging points, Dan, you take say a moderate Democrat who's running in a toss-up district, making them apologize or defend that position will bring voters into the Republican camp. And so that's the opportunity there on messaging is how far left is Ilhan Omar, and why are rank and file Democrats supporting her kinds of policies? And I think that is untenable to the American people.
There he is. Matt Hurt, we'll see you when you come back to... when are you coming back, by the way?
It's a great question. I've got a couple of trips to Europe left, and but excited to be back to visit family pretty soon in the greater Nashville area.
All right. Well, you have fun with that beans on toast, and we'll talk to you next time. Matthew Hurt, live from London on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. It is 6:54. The Super Text line, by the way, is open, 615-737-9986. Far and away, Joan, the thing that people took away from that was beans on toast.
Why would they put beans on? What kind of beans?
What kind of savages are these people?
Right.
They're in London.
Insane. No wonder why we wanted to get away from them.
It's exactly right. Beans on toast. I should have
That's the sole reason, nothing else. That's it.
What kind of beans do they put on toast, by the way? Is it
Yeah,
like
that's what I
baked
wondered
beans?
too,
Just
yeah.
beans. Baked beans.
They got like 50,000
Baked beans.
Baked beans on toast? Okay. Joan, what's
Just
coming
accept
up?
it.
President Trump's big announcement that's coming today. We've got details on that. Also, Nashville's hot job market. We'll explain coming up here at 7 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Dan Meadows here for my friends at Stoltz Co. Now, this is a great Tennessee company. They continue to grow and expand. Now, they build pole barns, and these pole barns, man, they can be used for anything. They can be a garage, an event space, an equestrian building. You can even live in them, and they will be and are built to stand the test of time. And right now, Stoltz Co. is even offering you turnkey options when it comes to these barn dominiums. Now, that means that they handle the design, the construction, and the amazing finishing touches as well. You turn the key and you're home, courtesy of Stoltz Co. Now, they also offer storm shelters to keep you and your family safe. Now, again, your new pole barn from Stoltz Co. can be used for anything. So if you have some land that does need a building for whatever you want, call my friends at Stoltz Co. 615-622-5992, 615-622-5992. You can also find them on Instagram and Facebook to see examples of their incredible work around Tennessee. Their website as well, STOLTZCO, StoltzCo.com.
Good morning, now 7 o'clock, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. President Trump is teasing a major statement on Russia this morning. He's been hiking his criticism of Vladimir Putin as Russia continues a barrage of attacks on Ukraine, including using more than 3,000 drones, bombs, and missiles over the past 7 days. Here's ABC's Marcus Moore.
The Secretary General is heading to Washington this week for talks with President Trump and other top officials. And we know through sources that there are discussions about the level of military aid countries are willing and able to share to help Ukraine defend itself.
Locally, the weather pattern that we've been stuck in for the past couple of weeks continues today.
Nice and humid for us today. You'll notice that immediately getting out the door this morning, and a pop-up shower or thunderstorm certainly on the table for us heading into the afternoon as well. Low-end risk of a strong thunderstorm.
Yeah, and Stefano says we could have some heavy downpours with any storms today. Stick around for his complete forecast right after the news. Police asking for anyone with dash cam video from Saturday morning along westbound I-24 to give them a call. They're hoping to find the killer who shot 22-year-old Noah Taylor to death around 7:30 in the morning near Waldron Road. This man was stuck in the traffic backup after the killing, and he spoke to WSMV4.
That's a little bit wild to me for people to wake up that angry. I mean, I know our traffic can drive you crazy, but it's never driven me to the point where I wanted to pull out a gun.
Noah Taylor's family is offering a $2,000 reward for information about that shooting, and they've also set up a GoFundMe to help cover his burial expenses. In Kentucky, police are still searching for the motive in a series of shootings that led to the deaths of 2 people at a church. Police shot and killed that shooter.
Authorities in Lexington, Kentucky are investigating a shooting they say started just before noon when the suspect shot a state trooper during a traffic stop near Bluegrass Airport. Police say the alleged gunman then carjacked another vehicle and drove to Richmond Road Baptist Church nearby. Once there, the man shot 4 people on church property. 2 of the victims died, 72-year-old Beverly Gum and Christina Combs in her 30s. Officers were able to track the suspect to the church where he was shot and killed.
ABC's Allison Kosick there. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Nashville, by the way, ranks among the top places to work in the U.S. Smart Asset says that the Music City is number 15 out of 348 cities for things like unemployment rate, median earning, and income growth. By the way, the median earnings in Nashville come in at just over $50,000. Murfreesboro is also on that list. It comes in at number 40. Dow futures right now minus 104. They've come off their worst levels of the session, though. The NASDAQ futures are down 62. S&P 500 futures, they're down 15. That is the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. On 440 eastbound in Belmont this morning, there is a bridge inspection going on, so you only have one lane available to you. Hillsborough Pike, that's exit 3 through exit 5. If you're traveling Priest Park, watch it at Bell Road and Ned Shelton Road. There's an accident there involving some injuries. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.707 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Really appreciate you joining us here for this Monday, July 14th of 2025. By the way, EJ Antoni is going to be joining us here at 7:36. Going to talk about all things your money. 7:36. EJ Antoni will be joining us. You've seen him on Fox News and Fox Business, and he also appears with us from time to time. And there is a lot to talk about with EJ. I mean, you want to stay close. We had the big budget surplus for June. Big surprise. First time since 2017. We've got Jerome Powell, Fed chair. Will he or won't he drop those interest rates? It doesn't sound like he's going to. And, of course, we all know about the tax breaks embedded in the big, beautiful bill. So we have a lot to speak with EJ about coming up at 7:35 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. All right, Alligator Alcatraz is in the news. So Debbie Wasserman Schultz visited the facility. This was over the weekend, and this is what she had to say.
Governor DeSantis, do you have a comment about Florida Democrats filing a lawsuit over not being granted access to Alligator Alcatraz?
Actually, that was a reporter asking Ron DeSantis about these Democrats demanding, in matter of fact, they submitted a lawsuit demanding that they be able to get into Alligator Alcatraz. And the thing that I thought was interesting was that there was no reason for them to file the lawsuit. As DeSantis says, we had already scheduled a time for everyone to come in. This is from CBS. 5 Democrats filing a lawsuit because they said that they were being denied access to Alligator Alcatraz. And by the way, this is big news today. The 5 Democratic lawmakers attempting to enter the facility July 3rd, they were denied entrance for what officials there claimed were safety concerns that the Democratic lawmakers say they were never identified to them. Whatever the supposed security concerns were, the Democrats say, well, they never told us what they were. Their attempts to visit the facility came 2 days after Donald Trump, Governor DeSantis, and several other state Republican officials held a tour and roundtable discussion at the center with members of the media. So they had the opportunity to visit Alligator Alcatraz, but for whatever reason, they chose not to attend when Donald Trump literally was giving personal tours. And instead, they said, no, we want to come on our day. And then they filed a lawsuit. And so Governor DeSantis is like, yeah, this is a bunch of BS.
You know that it was announced that there's going to be tours on Saturday, all legislators, state and federal. So that was announced. And then what did they do the next day? They filed a frivolous lawsuit saying we're not having access when they were obviously granted access. So this is frivolous litigation. This is a ridiculous lawsuit. First of all, they don't have a right to win even if we didn't grant access because they're misapplying statutes. They should be sanctioned by the court for abusing the legal system. They should seek sanctions in the defense, and a judge should award sanctions against these guys. They're posturing politically. But I would say this, Democrats care more about illegal aliens than they do about American citizens. Yep. I've never seen these Democrats fight this hard.
Remember, this is all performative. And that is Governor DeSantis saying, oh, this is all just a bunch of BS. Now, the only thing missing here is AOC crying in front of an empty parking lot, dressed in all white, bright red lipstick. You know that's coming. So just as a reminder, and we go through this every presidential cycle. Remember when you had Trump first time around and the left freaked out, right? Going back to AOC, freaked out because, oh, the horror, people were in cages. Remember all that? Turns out a lot of those photos were from Obama, and really they were Obama's cages. You had the tinfoil looking blankets. Everybody freaked out about that. Oh, they've got the children. They're sleeping in tinfoil blankets. No, they're called solar blankets or Mylar blankets. And they keep the body cold during the hot weather and hot during the cold weather. That's it. But back during 2021, because remember, this is always going on. Back in 2021, during Joe Biden, Ted Cruz went in to take some pictures of some detainees.
Please give dignity to the people. Please give dignity to the people.
So you work for the commissioner, your senior advisor. You were hired 2 weeks ago, and you're instructed to ask us to not have any pictures taken here.
Please respect the people,
because the political
rules.
Leadership at DHS does not want the American people to know it.
Please respect the rules,
You keep
sir.
standing in front of the
So
pictures.
she wouldn't
You
let
don't want
Ted
the
Cruz
rules.
take the photos of these. I remember this from back when. And she's in her little mask, you know, back in 2021, and she refuses to allow Ted Cruz to take photographs. Oh, because, you know, let them have some dignity. Oh, okay. Now, they wouldn't let him. Republicans, of course, pounced. And now we have, here in 2025, Alligator Alcatraz, where Debbie Wasserman Schultz was sounding the alarm.
So they essentially drink, they get their drinking water, and they brush their teeth where they poop in the same unit. They bragged that they went above standards, supposedly, and gave them a 3-foot privacy wall that stretches the length inside the 32 detainee cage. Okay. A 3-foot privacy wall that stretches the length of the 3 toilets. So they essentially drink, they get their drinking water, and they brush their teeth where they poop.
So that was, of course, her big message. Now, I'm not sure, but most of these prisons, now I've never been, Joni, have you ever been in prison?
Yeah, no, have not.
Okay, so most of the prisons these days, from what I understand, because I've seen photographs, you've got a little toilet sink unit. I mean, it's like right there in the cell. And so that's what being in jail or a detention facility is all about. I mean, sadly, okay, you're going to go to the bathroom and you've got basically the water unit right there. You've got the toilet, you've got the sink, and that's where you brush your teeth. That's the way it is in prison. I don't know what else to tell you, Debbie. I think Uncle Phil used to call her was a man. I think he did. But this isn't the Ritz Carlton, though. That's what I'm trying to say. This is a detention facility. This is where we keep bad guys. This is where we keep people that we are looking to deport. In Alligator Alcatraz, these are gang members. These are people who have done really bad things. And by the way, I would also say that sometimes, you know, in many small homes, guess what? In many townhomes, my townhome used to have one of these where you have really small bathrooms. It's like a hallway bathroom where you've got the sink right next to the toilet. And so, yeah, you could see someone brushing their teeth right there next to the toilet. But for Debbie Wasserman Schultz, it's just she is hysterically talking about the conditions, she says, deplorable conditions in this alligator Alcatraz. And to me, it's just the American people. Here's what I'm going to say. The American people don't care if they have to brush their teeth like next to the toilet. They don't care. You know what the American people want? They want these people out. That's what they want. 7:15, time to check the roads on WTN. At 7:16, as far as your weather goes, a high today of 90, possible thunderstorms as well. By the way, with the return of Joan today, she was gone on Friday. The return of Joan today means we'll go ahead and have the return of the hot and sticky forecast.
Oh, yes.
Okay, very
There'll be
good.
plenty of that.
Mm-hmm. So, again, the small bathrooms, Debbie Wasserman Schultz freaking out about all of this.
Dan, you know what bugs me about this whole story?
What's that?
The beginning of this was that the press, the media, especially the long-term media, have taken the word of the people who are inside the prison as it being the
gospel.
It's whatever they say. Like, would you ask people in the insane asylum whether or not everybody else is insane?
Right.
What are we doing here?
Well, that was going to be part of my presentation. You beat me to it, but you're
sorry.
absolutely right. No. It's great. I love when you do that, because you're right. Everybody's thinking the same thing. Where did the media, and because the media is asking people from the inside where, what the conditions are like. Of course they're going to say that it sucks. Of course they are.
And their food is not very good,
No, the food's not very good. Wasserman Schultz, she did talk about how there's no privacy in the showers.
The showers provide no privacy at all. There are no curtains on it. It's a big open shower unit. There are, small walls in each shower. But, we're talking about all 900 men who are held in this facility. It is built currently for 1,000, and they have no privacy at all when they're showering.
So I don't know, Joan, if you played high school sports, but I did. And I remember Charter Oak High School, and I don't know if it's changed, but you had just a big, wide stall of showers with nothing in the middle. I mean, it's just like everybody saw everybody else in showering after football practice. And I'm going to tell you, I hated it. I absolutely hated it, but I got used to it, whatever. And so I don't know. I saw this and, my shoulders are up around my ears. It's like, well, sorry, man. But again, this is not the Ritz-Carlton. This is a detention center. This is effectively, you can call it a jail, a prison, whatever you want to say. But this is something that the American people voted for. These are all, by and large, gang members. So, I'm sorry if, these people have crossed the desert to sneak into America a number of different times, then come in, break our laws. Oh, and they don't have any privacy in the showers? Please. By the way, talking about lunch, listen to this.
Portions that were available for detainees, and they had the portions that were available for employees being prepared at the same time. The portions available for employees, large pieces of roast chicken, large sausages, and the detainees' lunches were a small, gray turkey and cheese sandwich, an apple, and chips. And that's it.
So, okay, so I want to make sure we get this right. So the people, she's upset, Debbie Wasserman Schultz, she's upset because the people that work at the facility have a really nice meal. And then the people that are there that broke laws and we're going to deport and so on, they get, what was it, a gray turkey sandwich.
Yeah, it's a gray turkey sandwich.
Is it turkey gray? Like, what would you call? What's the color? What's the color of like
to the brownish, not brown, but like tannish side?
Yeah. So I mean, gray turkey sandwich. Do you know what? Honestly, Joan, that's what my mother would give me in my lunch when I was a kid. You know what I mean? Now I understand Wasserman Schultz's point. These are grown men, Sorry, I don't know what to tell you. The grown men who are effectively, gangbangers and prisoners and so forth, their meal is not going to be as good as the people that are working there. Sorry, the staff, they haven't broken laws. They're not the ones that are being punished. That would be the inmates. Do you know, Joan? It was that great philosopher, I believe his name was Phil Collins, who once sang,
You can't hurry love?
No. It's no fun being an illegal alien.
That's true.
This is the life that they chose. Sorry. From CBS News, detainees have said that they've gone days without showering, toilets don't work, and fluctuating temperatures inside of the facility. I would have to ask the question, okay, is it because it's a whole bunch of different buildings, right? So is it every building? Remember, they had air conditioners all over the place. So we all know that these detainees, and you hit the nail on the head, Joan, where the detainees, they're going to exaggerate, they're going to gaslight. So to be honest, I'm going to dismiss anything that Debbie Wasserman Schultz or any Democrat or any detainee says. I just don't care.
Isn't the point of prison to make it so that you don't want to be there?
Yes, that's exactly right. As I said, it's not supposed to be the Ritz-Carlton. Case in point. Do I have time? I don't have time to do this now. Coming up, I'll play some audio from Dana Bash talking to Tom Homan about the conditions inside of Alligator Alcatraz. And by the way, Kristi Noem says there are going to be more Alligator Alcatrazes on the way. Cannot wait for that. Also, have you seen what Donald Trump wants to do with Rosie O'Donnell?
Oh, no. No.
Donald Trump. Now, I'm just going to tell you in advance, I get the spirit of what the president is saying. He does things, obviously, to get a reaction. Donald Trump, Truth Social, because of the fact that Rosie O'Donnell is not in the best interest of our great country, I am giving serious consideration to taking away her citizenship.
Oh, come on.
Okay, right. She lives in Ireland, but, I don't see her itching to come back. But he does say she is a threat to humanity and should remain in the wonderful country of Ireland. If they want her, God bless America. I think he's just messing around.
Oh,
I think he's just messing around.
You know how he does that.
Oh, yeah. He's just, you know what? And I'm looking for some audio. Nobody can seem to find the audio of her responding to being, threats of not being allowed to come back. But listen, if all goes well, we'll get J.D. Vance or Marco Rubio as the next president, and then maybe J.D. Vance after that. Who knows? But, the reality is that if she's not going to come back like ever, which I would prefer, then her citizenship doesn't matter, right? But I find that, if she wants to sit in Ireland and stay in Ireland and feed the squirrels, she can go right on ahead and feed. It's like a daily thing with Rosie and the squirrels, I guess, where she feeds these squirrels in Ireland. So whatever. Now, I will say, I think it is silly for Trump to, threaten to revoke her citizenship because that's not what we do here in America. Unless we're not born in this country and then we can revoke it that way. We talked about that with the pro-Hamas people on college campuses. But in this case, she was born here. She's decided to go off to Ireland, and she continues to talk about Donald Trump and say all the things that she says. The other day, we were talking about how she had that little video where she's like, come on, America, you know what to do, right? And we pointed out, it's a lot of tough talk coming from somebody who literally fled to Ireland. So, no, we're not in the business of revoking somebody's citizenship. However, I will say this, if there was somebody whose citizenship I would like to revoke, let's go ahead and say Rosie O'Donnell, Joy Behar. If we're just going to go down that road.
Ilhan Omar. AOC.
You know what? Send Justin Jones with her back to Somalia. No problem, Justin. If she is, we got to go. 725, KGB's getting mad.
Yeah, he is.
725, what's coming up?
Got a close call at BNA. Waiting to hear the audio from the control tower. Coming up here at 7:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Low T Center, Dan Mandis here. Listen, guys, if you are over 40 and you're running low on energy, maybe you're just feeling off, lowtcenter.com is where you need to go. Get started with testosterone replacement therapy, or TRT, and join lots of guys who are going through the same thing as you. Now, you know, Low T Center, they've got clinics all across Nashville. They're really easy to get to, right? You walk in, you see a real medical provider, and you get that energy back. No complicated process, just results. And remember, these treatment plans, they are tailor-made just for you. And you can get treatments at the clinic, or you can be treated at home. But either way, you're always going to get the highest quality of care. Now, right now, you can get a free consultation, and if you qualify, treatment is covered by most major medical insurance. So reclaim that energy and become you again. By the way, they can also help with prescription weight loss options as well. So head on over to lowtcenter.com right now and book your appointment. That's lowtcenter.com. Simple, quick, and totally worth it. $7:28, Nashville's Morning News, the Glock store. You know, I've been talking about the Glock store for a long time because I've been a customer of the Glock store for a long time. I have bought and upgraded my guns, and I've trained all at the Glock store, and you should too. Now, here's why. They carry all the Glocks, factory and custom, plus they've got the PBGs, you know, the plain black Glocks, at the lowest price possible. They've also, by the way, got the factory colored, competition-ready Glocks, collectibles, custom Glocks, and of course, the very popular Trump Glocks. And upgrades, oh, they've got upgrades as well. Red and green dot optics, updated triggers, and the lowest prices on Glock magazines in the country. And don't forget this outstanding deal for the month of July. You buy a 10-round test pack, 9mm ammo for just $6.99, and you get to try any of their Glocks in the rental department, including the GOAT, they say, the Glock 43X, the most popular concealed carry handgun in the country. Shoot270.com and Glockstore.com. The Glock Store, tell them Dan told you to reach out. Minutes from the airport and worth the drive from anywhere.
Good morning. It's now 7:30. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. An airliner loaded with passengers was forced to slam on the brakes during a takeoff at BNA last week to avoid colliding with a single-engine plane that had crossed its path. Channel 5 is reporting this morning a Delta Airlines flight, it was an Airbus A321, had been cleared by controllers to take off from Minneapolis, St. Paul just after 10 a.m. This was last Thursday. And that is when a controller spotted a single-engine Piper Cherokee, which had landed on the same runway just minutes before, turning back in front of that Delta jet.
All right, we are canceling takeoff.
Delta's 2724, it says they're canceling takeoff clearance. The controller urgently called out, according to radio traffic that was archived there on Live ATC, the website there. And seconds later, that Delta pilot responded. Now, this incident marks the second time in less than a year that an airliner has been forced to make an emergency stop during takeoff from Nashville International Airport to avoid a collision with another plane. There is a flood watch in effect through the evening for Texas Hill Country. That's that same area where the raging Guadalupe River killed at least 130 people since the July 4th weekend. The rains hampering the search for more than 160 people who are still missing. ABC's Mariah Villarreal has the latest from Kerrville.
Concerns rising over an AP report that says FEMA approved appeals from Camp Mystic to remove some buildings from the flood map, which could have allowed the camp to bypass certain flood regulations. FEMA amended the county's flood map in 2013 to remove 15 of the camp's buildings from the hazard area, and 15 more were removed in 2019 and 2020.
And we will be getting an update from the folks out at Kerrville on the latest on the search for those who are still missing. Well, it was a pretty super weekend at the box office.
Stopped a war.
Maybe.
Not maybe. I did.
In effect, you illegally entered a country.
This is how you're going to be?
I'm not the one being interviewed, Superman.
The James Gunn Superman flick snapped up $122 million in ticket sales, making it the highest earning Superman film ever, despite the bad press over that illegal alien storyline. That is the latest news, traffic, and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. 7:33, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Tony from Cabinet Solutions is on the phone. Tony, want to talk about how you folks at Cabinet Solutions, you have you have cabinets for all different price points. Talk about that.
We do, Dan, and sometimes it gets lost, but we got our start in high-end cabinetry, and so we still do this. It's one of the things that we love to do because there's a lot of people that have these beautiful estate homes, and they're very discriminating about what they want their cabinets to be like. And so whether it's the more luxurious traditional style that you're after or the more popular clean lines, the most modern feels, we have what you want. And not only that, Dan, but more than just providing beautiful cabinets, we provide that white glove service that's been lost in the industry over the years.
All right, Tony, I have always encouraged people to go check you folks out online. It is mycabinetsolution.com, no S, mycabinetsolution.com. You can see not only a lot of the cabinets that they have at Cabinet Solutions, but also you've got closets, you've got flooring as well, all kinds of opportunities to save money and get great cabinets as well at mycabinetsolution.com. Dan Mandis here. Change is always happening, and it is part of life when it comes to music, for example. Change is all around us. Songs are rewritten, classics are remixed, bands and artists come and go. Even our tastes in music changes. But no matter how things change in 5 years, there's one thing that is going to stay the same, and that's the price of your internet. Now, Xfinity, my friends at Xfinity, they are introducing a 5-year price guarantee. Now, what that means is you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with their best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Now, if you're surprised, well, life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed courtesy of my friends at Xfinity. Find them online, xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Priest Park, it's an accident on Bell Road at Ned Shelton Road. Been working on that for a while. The bridge inspection at I-440 eastbound between exits 3 and exits 5. The right lane is blocked off. And if you're traveling in Mount Juliet this morning, just keep in mind that North Mount Juliet Road still closed off for railroad repairs between Division Street and Industrial Drive. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.737, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Welcome on into a Monday. It is July 14th, and welcoming in EJ and Tony to the radio broadcast. EJ, always great to have you on. Folks have seen you on Fox Business, Heritage Foundation as well. And I want to talk a little bit of financial news. Of course, big news on, I guess it was Friday, either Thursday after I got off the show or Friday. But this big budget surplus for the month of June. This was the first time since 2017. Now, what makes this so huge was the projected $41.5 billion deficit. How did this happen?
Great question, Dan. And by the way, I think the story you're referencing is CNBC, if I remember correctly. So I actually went back and looked. It turns out that in 2017, in the month of June, we didn't have a surplus. We still had a deficit. I think you have to go all the way back to 2005 before you find when the month of June was actually in surplus. So shame on CNBC for their bad journalism.
That is where I got that.
The...
That's one of my places I go every morning, EJ. So back to 2005, that makes this even more amazing.
Exactly, 2 decades. And okay, but to your question, Dan, how on earth did this happen? 2 big things. Number one, this administration has been successful in getting some expenses down. Now, that's not to say they've gotten control over government spending. It's still really out of control. But they have done a good job at getting rid of abuse and waste in Social Security, for example. They've done a good job of making sure illegal aliens are not getting welfare. They've done a good job of implementing reforms in HUD, Housing and Urban Development. I mean, I can go on and on, but they've made a lot of small they've made progress in a lot of small areas, and that's adding up. So expenses were down. On top of that, revenue is coming in much faster than anticipated. And it is true that import duties are way up. No doubt about it. We had over $20 billion in tariff revenue come in the month of June. But that still is not the biggest contributor. The biggest increases were in things like personal and corporate income taxes. In other words, the economy is doing much better than anticipated, and so people are paying more in taxes.
So that you and I spoke. You do a ton of interviews, but you and I actually spoke exactly about this this scenario or situation when we're talking about the big beautiful bill. In other words, people, because they have some confidence in the economy, they're going out, they are spending, and that means that sales tax revenue is, coming in as well. And so for, the American people, they're happily going out and they're spending money and they're paying and buying things. And that means the economy continues to churn.
Exactly. And what happens is this kind of becomes a positive feedback loop. People are out there spending more. And so what does the businessman do? He looks at the situation and says, wow, I need to expand. I'm selling out all of my inventory. I need to buy more. I need to hire an extra person to help me stock the shelves. Or even if it's not physical products, even if it's services, I need an additional person in my sales department or wherever the case may be. He's now hiring another person. Another person now has a job. That means that they're going to be paying income taxes. The businessman himself is going to be paying more in income taxes because he's earning more, et cetera. And so what happens is you end up again, it becomes a positive feedback loop where the good economic data coming in reinforces itself and turns into even better economic data in the future, and so on and so on.
One of the things I find interesting, I don't know what the futures are right now. I know that earlier they were down. President Trump threatening again tariffs and all of that, and without getting into all the details of the tariffs, because it's kind of another conversation. But what I'm noticing is that it's always the same, where you have the president threatening tariffs, you have the futures, ultimately end up, down, and the market has a couple of bad days. But then at the end of the day, when all of the dust is settled, it seems like things eventually end up on the positive side, despite the fact that the media, they're always out there, sort of doom reporting, if you will, on the economy.
Right. Well, let me put it this way. CNBC's accuracy when it comes to reporting trade deficits is about the same as their accuracy when it comes to reporting the effects of all these tariffs. At the end of the day, if you actually had all of the tariffs implemented that have been threatened, it would certainly have a negative impact on the economy, at least in the short run. But what everyone seems to fail to realize is the fact that other nations would have just as bad, if not worse, impacts on their own economies if these tariffs got implemented. And so whenever these tariffs get threatened, it eventually brings nations back to the negotiating table. Look at what just happened to Canada, literally a matter of days ago, not even a month ago. They threatened a digital service tax that would basically have worked like a tariff on American tech companies. And so the president said, that's it. We're done talking with you guys. You're not negotiating in good faith if you're going to levy additional tariffs on us, let alone, fail to reduce the tariffs that you have. And so Canada immediately backed down. They have canceled that digital services tax, and they are now back at the negotiating table. That's what people have to realize is going on here. It is a constant back and forth, and the president knows he is holding all the cards in this game of poker with other world leaders.
Can I just add, this may be a dumb question, but doesn't Canada know better than to try to, I don't know, were they trying to sneak it in past Trump, or what was that?
No, it's not a dumb question at all, because you have to look at all these world leaders and say, all right, all of you guys must know at the end of the day, you can't go toe-to-toe with the United States in a trade war. You will lose more than we will. But at the same time, everyone is sitting there wondering, okay, is the president really willing to go toe-to-toe with us? Because that would do harm in the United States. It'll do more harm in their country, but it will hurt us too. And so, again, it's kind of like a scenario you had in the Cold War, where both the Soviets and the United States are sitting there wondering, okay, how much can I get away with before the other country is going to push back? That's the kind of game that everyone is playing right now.
Love it. All right, 7:45. I've got a couple more questions for EJ and Tony straight ahead after the traffic on WTN. Very good. As far as your weather, high of 90 to 92 degrees, possible thunderstorms as well. EJ Antoni, Fox News, Fox Business, of course, Heritage Foundation as well, is our guest. Talking about your money, interest payments on the national debt, EJ, of course, in America. I guess it's our second largest expense at the federal level. Will these tariffs... Oh, go ahead. If I'm wrong, go ahead, because you know what? I got that from CNBC, so maybe that's wrong.
Yeah,
but
well, see, and once again, you can't trust these folks. It's unbelievable. No, so I'm really glad you mentioned this, Dan, because in the month of June, for the first time ever, interest on the debt actually became the Treasury's single largest line item in their monthly statement. That's terrible.
Okay, so the question is, will these tariffs help to lower, at the end of the day, years from now, is this going to lower that debt and deficit?
I think so, absolutely, for two reasons. One, it is going to bring in additional revenue. This is a tax on imports. Now, most of that tax is going to fall on foreigners. Some is going to fall on domestic consumers. The exact ratio there depends on the product in question. But whatever the case, this is already bringing in more revenue. That will continue to happen. So if you have more money coming in, that will reduce the deficit. At the same time, it is incentivizing production here in the United States. That means more stuff produced here. It means more people employed here. That means more businesses paying taxes, and it means more income, which means more income taxes, both on the business and on the consumer side. So all that combined means you're increasing revenue to the Treasury on multiple fronts. That does help reduce the deficit.
Well, it's all in I'm just going to give you props, EJ, because you helped me to understand that what President Trump is trying to do to help our economy is multi-layered. There's a whole bunch of things in this cauldron. There are the tariffs that, of course, brings in revenue, but it also means that we're manufacturing more as well. That means more people are working, they are spending. There is also, of course, the big, beautiful bill, which is now law. And embedded in the big, beautiful bill is a ton of tax breaks for all Americans. Talk about what people can look forward to, and I know that it's going to be a minute before the whole thing is is taking effect. But I mean, there's something for everybody in the big, beautiful bill.
Well, certainly, and you're right. Some of it is going to wait until 2026 to take effect, but some of it actually just took effect immediately, and in fact, it's retroactive for the year. In other words, people who back in February or March, businesses that were spending money on research and development, or they started building a factory, let's say, so that they could produce stuff here in the United States again, those folks are now going to have increased tax deductions, even though, again, they already made those decisions back in February or March. So you're going to see some immediate impact there. But the other thing that you're going to see, or maybe I should say not see, is a huge tax increase next year. A big part of this bill was preventing a $4 trillion tax increase on the American middle class that would have started in 2026. So some of it is going to be, yes, you're seeing positive changes, but some of it is also going to be you're not seeing negative changes, if that makes sense.
Oh, it makes all the sense in the world.
Yeah. So, and again, the big impacts here are going to be on things like businesses being able to deduct more of I should say more of the expenses of the positive decisions that they're making. That's good for economic growth, but also on the individual side, folks who have tipped income or folks who work overtime. This is a huge encouragement for those folks to be more productive, to work more, to earn more. This is a classic supply side tax cut. And so I'm very, very optimistic about the positive benefits that are going to stem from it.
All right, real quick, last question. Trump keeps asking Fed Chair Jerome Powell to drop interest rates. He won't. And I mean, people are saying, well, can he fire Jerome Powell? I guess what's your overall impression of that dynamic? I mean, it does seem to me, as clearly a financial layman, that it would be better for the economy if interest rates were dropped. What's he waiting for, Jerome Powell?
I think he's waiting for the end of his term, quite frankly. There's a lot of animosity between him and Trump. Most of that is undeserved. Some of it is deserved. But whatever the case, there's a lot of animosity there. And I think that Powell just has no intention of cutting rates at this point, so long as Trump is at the helm. And that's really unfortunate because there's an increasing amount of evidence that says that interest rates should be lower. I mean, at the end of the day, the Fed really shouldn't be setting interest rates at all, right? The market should be setting rates. The Fed should be following the market, not trying to lead it around by the nose. But whatever the case, I think as that evidence mounts, there's going to be increasing calls for Powell to resign. He probably won't. And it is possible for the president to remove a Fed chair for cause, as they say. I think there is cause for him to be removed. He has made a lot of mistakes. He helped give us the fastest increase in inflation and interest rates in 4 decades. On top of that, the Federal Reserve was actually illegally funding the CFPB. I mean, I can go on and on here. He helped cause a regional banking crisis starting in the spring of 2023. Again, we can go on and fill an hour talking about Powell's mistakes. But whatever the case, if the White House eventually wants to play hardball, there probably is enough there to actually kick Powell out.
All right, we'll leave it there. EJ and Tony joining us on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. EJ, always great to have you on for some financial clarity. 7:52 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Joan Jones has the news coming up at 8 o'clock. Joan.
Yeah, so who was it alongside President Trump at an appearance over the weekend? Also, the local school district that's making parents more responsible for getting their kids to and from school. We've got that and more coming up at 8 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Dan Mattis here. I want to talk to you about something truly life-changing, vision correction surgery at Vision for Life. Now, I did this months ago now, and I got to tell you, it has indeed been life-changing, truly. Now, like many of you, I did believe that all vision surgeries were the same. I believed everything was just LASIK, but after doing my research, I learned that Vision for Life offers a variety, actually, of advanced procedures tailored to each patient's individual and unique needs. Now, Dr. Jeff Horn, he doesn't just restore your vision, he restores your confidence and your freedom. Freedom from glasses, freedom from contacts, and yes, those pesky struggles like driving at night and reading small print. Now, again, I have taken the life-changing step because Vision for Life made the process simple and clear, answering all my questions and matching me with the perfect procedure. And in my case, that was lens replacement surgery. So if you've been hesitating, but you've been thinking about it, trust me, this is a place you want to call because they can help you. Vision for Life with Dr. Jeff Horn, 615-436-2020, 615-436-2020, visionforlife.com.
8 o'clock now, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. President Trump expressing support for Attorney General Pam Bondi over the weekend after she was heavily criticized during a mega conference.
President Trump attending the FIFA Club World Cup final in New Jersey with Attorney General Pam Bondi in a show of support amid growing backlash after the Justice Department said there was no additional evidence to reveal in the Jeffrey Epstein case. Many in Trump's base are angry with the DOJ's report and are accusing Bondi of taking part in a cover-up.
That's ABC's Lionel Moisey. Investigators are working on that Air India flight that crashed last month. They say their focus is now on the fuel control switches for the engines. They were moved to the cutoff position seconds after takeoffs. ABC's Clara McMichael with the preliminary report on that crash.
These are military-grade switches. They have to be lifted up and moved to the next position. It's not something where you just bump your elbow into it and it can shift one way or another. Experts I've spoken with say it's impossible that these switches would have been moved accidentally. Now, 10 seconds after the switches were turned off, one of the switches was turned back on, the other switch shortly thereafter, but there just wasn't enough time for the engines to recover, and that's what led to the plane crash.
Some local news here. Lebanon schools have widened the so-called parent responsibility zone, where they believe the students who live close enough should be able to walk to school.
What happens with the parents who have to be at work at 6 a.m. or have to leave at 6 a.m. to beat Nashville traffic downtown? It's not fair.
That parent speaking to Channel 4. Lebanon schools say they're putting more of the responsibility on parents as that school system is serving a growing number of students who live further away from the schools. Market Numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com.
The European Union is holding off on its retaliatory tariffs on U.S. goods, saying that now is the time for negotiations. Those fees on American products exported to the EU were set to take effect today. Italy's foreign minister is due in D.C. today for trade talks. Wine and cheese makers in France say they're getting ready for a hit to their business if U.S. tariffs do go into effect. The French dairy industry alone exports more than $400 million worth of products to the U.S. every year. Talk of tariffs and counter-tariffs have stock futures pointing lower this morning. On Friday, the Dow Jones fell 279 points and headed into the weekend at 44,371. The Standard & Poor's and NASDAQ Composite both backed away from records they set earlier in the week. Bitcoin, on the other hand, just keeps gaining steam. The price of the largest cryptocurrency by market capitalization topped 122,600 overnight, according to data from Coinmetrics. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
A slide on stock futures this morning. The Dow futures are minus 128. NASDAQ futures down 53. And we've got S&P futures falling 16 points. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather up next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. 24 downtown this morning before I-40. This is in the eastbound lanes. You've got a crash that takes out the right lane. Also, a crash in East Nashville. That's on East Trinity Lane at Gallatin Pike. Belmont, they're doing bridge inspection. So the right lane is blocked off I-440, the eastbound lanes between Hillsborough Pike, and that's exit 3 and exit 5. And you've got a crash in Almaville on I-840 before Almaville Road. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.807 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Apparently, the administration is launching a not amnesty visa fix after farmers have been freaking out. So basically, here's what's going on. And I've been saying this for a long time, actually. All you have to do, because everybody's worried about the farmers, right? And hospitality. All you have to do is fix the visa issue. You fix the visa problem, you fix the problem for the farmers, and you're not going to get all the freakouts that are happening. They say after months of mass deportations and ICE raids, Team Trump just hit pause. The White House, they say, is now fast-tracking visas for migrant workers through a new Office of Immigration policy after farmers and hotel owners begged for mercy after losing their labor force. But they say, don't get it twisted. The administration is very clear. This is not amnesty. You might as well call them not amnesty visas, right? That means this. Because remember, with amnesty, oftentimes it's like, you know, you've got a pathway to citizenship and, you know, all of these other accoutrements. It's amnesty. But with this not amnesty visa program, what it means is no path to citizenship, no status for migrants already here illegally, and only legal applicants from abroad need apply. They also say, by the way, that ICE has now been told to quietly leave the farmers alone. Now, we saw what happened in L.A., in Ventura, last week with that pot raid. Good Lord. Meanwhile, they say raids on other industries are back on. We'll have to see. Ultimately, this is from the New York Post and Fox News out this morning. So we'll have to see what happens. There was an interview, and I thought it was a pretty good interview, actually, with Dana Bash, and she had Tom Homan on. And she was talking to him about any number of things. But, you know, I played some of this audio earlier, where they were talking about, you know, this judge's order that basically says that ICE cannot go after illegal aliens in Los Angeles. And Homan says, okay, so we're going to go ahead. We're going to comply with that judge's order for now. But, you know, we're looking forward to doing everything we can to litigate that, and then go back to business as usual. But I also want to play some of because I played some of that audio earlier. But one of the things that I thought was interesting was when Dana Bash asked Tom Homan this question about the humanity of what ICE is doing.
One thing I have heard over and over anecdotally is that people who are in the United States legally are scared about getting swept up in all of this because of the color of their skin, because they speak with an accent, because of the location where they might be going. And they're not going out. They don't want to be detained by mistake, have their kids or themselves traumatized. Are you comfortable with that?
So, again, I'm going to say from what I said in the 5 o'clock hour, their fear is not our problem. Do they have their documents? If so, carry them. Are they here legally through a visa program? If so, they should have their papers. Are they hanging out in suspicious areas doing suspicious things? If not, then don't worry about it. And if they have a bunch of gang-related tattoos all over their body and their face, well, if they don't, well, then don't worry about it. But these are all things that are incredibly suspicious. This is what Tom Homan said.
If they're in the country legally, they got no reason to be afraid. ICE is looking for those in the country legally, and we're still prioritizing public safety threats and national security threats. That's the priority. But like I said, we do have collateral arrests in many areas because we're out looking for those public safety threats. But we're going to enforce immigration law too. I mean, it's not okay to be in this country legally. It's not okay to enter this country legally. It's a crime. But legal aliens shouldn't, and U.S. citizens should not be afraid that they're going to be swept up in a raid. We know who we're looking for, and that's what the agents are out there seeking.
So that's Tom Homan. And yeah, sadly, stuff is going to happen. But I think that what bothers people is that, and I know it bothers me, is the hue and cry from the left about innocent people or legal citizens getting caught up in the raids. But, they don't have a lot to say about innocent people getting killed at the hands of illegal aliens, like, of course, Laken Riley and Rachel Marin and many, many others.
I guess my question is, do you have compassion for those people who are seeing what's going on, hearing you speak, seeing what's happening in their neighborhoods, shouldn't have any concern, but do just because of the reality of what they're seeing?
Dana, the bottom line is if you want less collateral arrests, and let us in the jail. I mean, we want to arrest a bad guy in the safety and security of a county jail, but sanctuary cities release him into the community, which means we got to go to the community and find him. And when we find that bad person, many, many times, whether it's at a work site or in the community, they're with other people in the United States illegally.
Right. And so Tom Homan, listen, it makes all the sense in the world. And clearly, the American people are still very much for mass deportation. I mean, sorry, but we are. Now, earlier, we were having fun with Debbie Wasserman Schultz, and she spoke about a number of things. One of the things that she said, let me just play this real quickly for you. She was talking about the showers.
The showers provide no privacy at all. There are no curtains on it. It's a big open shower unit. There are, small walls in each shower, but we're talking about all 900 men who are held in this facility. It is built currently for 1,000, and they have no privacy at all when they're showering.
So on the super text line, I had a bunch of people talk about what I spoke about, which is, it sounds like high school sports. That's what it sounds like, is high school sports, where in the locker room in high school, you had a bunch of do you remember the, what was it, White Shadow? Do you remember the TV show White Shadow? So there used to be a TV show White Shadow, and it was about a high school basketball team, and they would always have, and obviously they didn't show anything, but it was a bunch of basketball players, and they would sing in the shower at the end of the game or at the end of practice. Well, guess what? That bathroom, that big shower thing that they had in there, the facility didn't have, any privacy. They just didn't. And so Wasserman Schultz is, freaking out about these things. And to me, they're not that bad. Here's what she said about the toilets.
So they essentially drink, they get their drinking water and they brush their teeth where they poop in the same unit.
All right. So we talked about that too. And I said, well, wait a minute. Isn't that what they have in prisons? Sure enough, 5667 says this. In regards to the toilet combos, these units have hot and cold water with a sink, as well as a toilet. This is the norm for jails and prisons. Person says, I work in corrections, and I have to replace them all the time when they are destroyed by the inmates. So that's just part of the news cycle today. You got the left. They got into Alligator Alcatraz, and they're freaking out about some of the things that they saw that they didn't like. But hate to break it to you, but guess what? There's more that are coming. There's more Alligator Alcatrazes, if you will, on the way, and we've got details straight ahead. It is 8:15. Time to check the roads on WTN. (8:16) Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. As far as your weather today goes, a high of 90 to 92, really hot and sticky, we'll go ahead and say, and also the possibility of some thunderstorms as well. Christine Ohm says that, if you are freaking out, hey, left, if you are freaking out about alligator Alcatraz and what's going on there, well, just wait.
We're looking at other locations as well. We've had several other states that are actually using alligator Alcatraz as a model for how they can partner with us as well.
What are some of those? Are there other states?
I haven't asked those governors if I can share their names, but announcements will be coming soon. As you all know, we need to double our capacity in detention beds because we need to facilitate getting people out of this country as fast as possible and to sustain our operations. But those governors have been fantastic. I will tell you, they are all Republicans. So I would challenge some Democrats to start taking care of your states, partner with us.
Yeah, I mean, of course they are. So, and I can't get over, we were having fun with this earlier where Debbie Wasserman Schultz was complaining about lunch.
Portions that were available for detainees, and they had the portions that were available for employees being prepared at the same time. The portions available for employees, large pieces of roast chicken, large sausages, and the detainees' lunches were a small, gray turkey and cheese sandwich, an apple, and chips, and that's it.
So we're talking earlier, okay, a gray turkey sandwich. Well, that's what the color of turkey is, right? Is gray, by and large. I don't know what did we decide that color was, Joan?
Tan? Would you call it tan?
We called it tan. So, and by the way, if that's just like lunch, well, okay, so you got a sandwich and chips and an apple.
Turkey's tan.
Remember, chips are sold by weight, not by volume. Whatever. Did you hear what happened during the last few minutes, Joan?
No.
Hold on. Can you folks hear this? Can you hear that?
Yeah.
My microphone
sounds like my paycheck.
My microphone, always make it about you, KGB. That's always a good move. So my microphone, the nuts and everything fell off the microphone. So now I'm trying to talk and put the microphone back together at the same time.
This happens kind of frequently around here.
It's not just it's multiple mics in the studio.
I don't know what I'm trying to put it in and I just can't get it in. The nut thing. Shut up.
That's
I gotta make that a hockey now.
How did
it's
I
a
know?
hockey.
Oh,
it's happening. I'm
Joan,
doing it
did
right
you go
now.
down? That's what she said. Joan, if you're going to do that, you just got it.
Oh my God.
Don't be bashful about it. Just go ahead and say it. That's
the
what she
pastor
said.
might be listening.
I'm so excited.
You know
right
what?
now.
If he's not, I'm going to send him a tape. I can't believe you went down the road of that.
Dan, long after we're gone, this hockey will stay forever.
Yeah.
Why do I have to explain like the things to you people? Because your mind is always in the gutter.
Why say it like that?
You could choose different words.
I can't get it into the thing.
That's perfect. That's all you needed to say.
What did I say?
Well, I'm gonna play it.
I don't even know what I said. I mean, it couldn't have been that bad, but apparently it was. Whatever. When godlike Joan Jones,
no, don't do that.
Goes down the road of that's what she said.
Yeah.
It must have been something bad.
It was so graphic. It was graphic.
It was not. Oh, stop.
It was graphic.
It was not.
People get in trouble for that kind of stuff, with the FCC and all. And our boss.
Wait, should I not play it anymore then? Should I not?
No, it's not an FCC.
I'm just kidding.
We won't get in trouble if
why don't we wait till all right,
we don't want Dan to disappear. You know what I'm saying?
Let's wait till Chris Hand gets here.
Oh, you want him a part of this? Okay.
I like that.
Well,
Good.
no, I don't think what I said is really all that big of a deal. I said I'm trying to get what?
Uh-huh.
I'm trying to get.
We're gonna play it back and we'll
hold
tell
on.
you
I'm
what
gonna
you
be honest.
said.
I don't remember exactly what I said, but now that everybody's like telling me that I said something bad, then and I'm trying to put it in, and I just can't get it in.
It's pretty bad, Dan. Pretty bad.
And I'm trying to put it in, and I just can't get it in.
Yeah,
It's there forever now.
Yeah, I think it's
part of my best. I have so many good ones on this hockey already. Just adding more to my collection.
You know what, you two? I'm not angry. I'm disappointed.
You're
in you
proud.
two.
You're proud.
All right, moving right along.
I didn't get a whole lot of sleep. That's my excuse.
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Okay.
I just got.
That's what I'm going with.
I just got energy for the first time today.
Oh yeah, when I said something stupid.
Yeah.
Okay,
That
very
just.
good.
I have. Yeah. This is awesome.
Okay. This is why I'll never be syndicated, because of these kinds of moments.
Because of me and Joan.
I like how you make yourself vulnerable. Everybody likes that about you, Dan.
Yeah, but it's all by accident, so it doesn't count.
No, it counts more. Twice as much.
Anyway, so hopefully
Makes it better.
engineering can come in and put the screw in the nut, I guess, is what you're supposed to do here. I can't get it. I can't figure it out.
Can't breathe.
We'll send in some professionals.
All right, we're going to move right along. It is 8:22 on National, whatever it is. All right, Joan, what's coming up?
What the Rutherford County Sheriff's Office is hoping that you have for them. Also, Elmo's anti-Semitic outburst on X. Wow. That and more coming up at 8:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
$8:22, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. You know, folks know my upstairs bathtub. It does have holes in it. It is really ugly. It does need a lot of work. Yes, this is a commercial for my friends at Zintex. Now, if you've got a bathtub like I do, let's just say it needs a lot of work. You've been using it for years and years, and it is time to redo it. It is time to remodel your bathtub. Call my friends at Zintex. They've been doing it since 2001. They are here to help you. What you want to do, check out their website, Zintex.com, Zintex, Zintex.com. They can help you remodel your shower, remodel that bathtub, even convert your bathtub into a walk-in shower. Now, these type of home improvements, they can increase the value of your home, and Zintex can have it wrapped up in a day. Zintex is an award-winning company that offers limited lifetime warranties for both their products and their installation. They can make your bathroom safer with a walk-in shower complete with grab bars and a bench seat. Now, this is a great way to help the older folks in your life who do need that assist and support. So fix, remodel, or convert your tub into a shower today with Zintex. 629-258-7747. They got a great deal, by the way, going on right now. You mentioned WTN, and you get $1,750 off or no interest for 24 months, whichever works best for you. And also, no payments for 2 years. Zintex.com, Zintex.com. Dan Mendes here for my friends at Window Nation. Now, this is my window company. They've put, count them, 4 windows in my home. And if you're thinking about new windows, you've got to check them out as well. It is really hot. Obviously, 90, 92 degrees today. You need to make sure that cool air stays in and the hot, really hot air stays out. You can do that with Window Nation. Now, these are some of the best energy-saving windows out there. and they're installed in a day or less. Now, their crews all have years of experience, and if you want to increase the value of your home, call Window Nation. This is a huge upgrade. They've got a great deal going on right now, by the way. Save 50% off all window styles, and you can also save big time with 0% interest for 5 years. That's no interest until 2030. Now, this sale is going to end at some point soon, so call them today, 866-90-NATION for Window Nation. 866-90-NATION. Schedule a fast, free estimate right now with Window Nation. Don't forget that great deal. Save 50% off all window styles. You can save big time with 0 interest for 5 years. That's no interest until 2030. Tell them Dan Man just told you to reach out, 866-90-NATION, windownation.com. $8:29, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Welcome on into Nashville's Morning News. Is Joan back there?
I'm here.
So I've got that audio from Tucker Carlson.
Oh, you do?
I happen to know that there is a very big Tucker Carlson fan that may disagree with me, perhaps, on that Tucker audio from Turning Point USA that we played earlier that inspired me to say that this audio from Tucker makes me want to replace the T in his name to an F.
Oh, I had to think for a second.
You know, you totally missed that in the 5 o'clock hour, so I had to do it again.
Oh, I missed it?
Yeah, you did. That's okay. That's okay.
Okay.
You didn't miss the opportunity to throw in a "that's what she said."
Well, yeah.
No.
I'm a little more awake now.
Yes,
Couple of cups of coffee later.
So anyway, we'll see if Chris and I disagree on what Tucker had to say. Coming up next on Nashville's Morning News on WTN.
Good morning, 8:30. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. A young Smyrna man driving to work on I-24 Saturday morning was shot to death. Noah Taylor was 22 years old. WSMV4's Joylyn Bukovac says that police are hoping that fellow drivers can help with their investigation.
Right now, the Rutherford County Sheriff's Office is asking drivers to come forward with dash cam footage from between 7 o'clock and 8 o'clock Saturday morning from I-840 to Bell Road along I-24.
Noah Taylor's family is offering a $2,000 reward. Crime Stoppers has another $1,000 in reward money. A tragedy at an assisted living facility in Fall River, Massachusetts overnight.
The first firefighters to arrive at Gabriel House saw people trying to climb out of third-story windows in audio captured by Broadcastify.
Multiple victims have been removed from the building. This is a mass casualty incident.
The Fall River Fire Department has confirmed that 9 people died in the blaze. 5 firefighters were hospitalized with non-life-threatening injuries.
That's ABC's Jim Ryan reporting. It's not every day that Elmo trends on X, but it appears that the Muppet character's account was hacked yesterday with anti-Semitic rants calling for violence against Jews. And those rants were shared by millions of X users. Sesame Workshop released a statement saying, quote, Elmo's X account was compromised today by an unknown hacker who posted disgusting messages, including anti-Semitic and racist posts. We're working to fully restore control of that account. That statement, however, did not contain an apology. Money News brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Stock futures mixed in the early going here. The Dow futures, or the Dow Jones Industrials, are down 105, but the NASDAQ plus 14 points. The S&P 500 index is minus 9. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. 8:32, Nashville's Morning News. Contours, listen. The July special, the summer special at Contours going on right now. It is bathing suit season. As we all know, some of it's a painful realization. And if you're not comfortable in your bathing suit, if you don't look as good and you're not as confident as you want to be, check out my friends at Contours. Their Belly Buster special is going on right now for the first 10 callers. $99 for that first Belly Buster special. When you call in right now, it's 615-236-9960, 615-236-9960. It is cutting edge. The red light technology that they use, it is cutting edge, it is unique, it is effective, and they are waiting for your call. 615-236-9960, 615-236-9960. Since I started talking about Contours, we've had all kinds of people from WTN showing up, including, by the way, one Chad Benson, who loves Contours. So check them out today, 615-236-9960. That July special, the summer special, is going on right now. First 10 callers get that Belly Buster special for just $99. Again, it is cutting edge, it is unique, it is effective, it is red light technology, and it is waiting for you at Contours, 615-236-9960. Figure out how it all works at their website, contoursllc.com. Yeah, it's supposed to rain today, and some of us had some rain over the weekend. Listen, if you are worried about whether or not your home is waterproofed, you've got to check out my friends at United Structural Systems. Now, they are experts in waterproofing, concrete leveling, and foundation repair. This is a great company. They've helped me several times with my home, and that is why I proudly endorse USS, United Structural Systems. And yeah, I'm one of 30,000 satisfied customers. Listen to this recent review on Google. Guy says that USS, they were highly professional. The crew was phenomenal from start to finish. They treated his home as if they were working on their own home. And A dude gives USS 5 stars all the way. And by the way, so do I. They're not going to charge you for any unnecessary repairs, and you won't pay a dime until the work is done and you are a satisfied customer. So check them out. They can help you with basement and crawl space waterproofing, basement wall stabilization, foundation repair as well. Check out their website. They've got all kinds of things they can help you with at USSTN.com. We guarantee our best. Call USS 615-488-7855, 615-488-7855.
We've got delays this morning in Belmont because of a bridge inspection that's going on I-440 eastbound lanes between exit 3 and 5. The right lane is blocked off in that spot. East Nashville, there's an accident. East Trinity Lane at Gallatin Pike. Another one in Green Hills on Hillsborough Pike at Burton Hills Boulevard. And then in downtown Interstate Drive at eastbound 24 ramp. Watch for a crash that you're swerving around there this morning. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.837 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Dan just said to me off the air, he goes, were you shocked at how many people listen to our new podcast? I said, no, Dan, we do numbers. We do numbers, Dan.
We do numbers. So
I like the animated little thumbnail.
And I like the name of your podcast personally.
I mean, there's a lot to like.
There's a lot to like, the least of which me and Chris.
Yeah, I guess there's the content.
Oh, right.
There's the content. There is that as well.
They told us just worry about a logo. Then the content will come after.
That's exactly what they told us.
So we said deal.
The logo is great, actually.
Well, I mean, hey, because of the show, you went shopping. You had a shopping spree with your wife.
So I don't know if you heard earlier.
You went on a shopping spree to celebrate?
No.
This is after Dan commissioned an artist to do the logo.
I did commission the artist. And do you know how I commissioned the artist? Do you know how you know that I was the one that commissioned? Because she trimmed like 30, 35 pounds off me. She made me look a lot skinnier and a lot younger. So my wife, the lovely Miss Amy, so she watched it. She watched the whole thing, believe it or not. And she turns it off. We're sitting out by the hot tub. And she looks at me and she says, I had to do it the way that she did it. She says, we've got to go shopping. Oh, no. She hated the way that I was dressed.
Dan, we have to talk.
Yeah, that's what she was like. Why were you wearing what you were wearing? And I said, I don't know. It just seemed right at the time. And
that's hilarious because you were making fun of my outfit choice before we went in to record the podcast.
I was.
Oh, you did?
She actually
living in a glass house, aren't you, Dan?
She actually said, why can't you look more like Chris?
No, she didn't. She didn't say that, did she?
She said, you should have dressed like Chris.
Well, tell her my secret. I let Virginia pick out my clothes.
There you go.
There you go.
That's it.
Well, so she said, we're going shopping for you this weekend, and that's what's going to happen.
Let's go.
So, but I will say that mostly peaceful with Dan and Chris. Check it out on my social media, the station social media as well, I guess. I don't know if they allowed us to put it up or not. And
there's rules.
And then we're going to do it again. People seem to like it.
People like it. People like it. Excited. Yeah, we'll do it again.
I'm going to dress a lot better next time.
I'm wondering when the new clothes are going to start being rotated in.
He's dressing well this morning. Didn't you notice?
Dan in a three-piece suit.
All right, so you know what he just did, right? Clearly, I'm wearing a new shirt today, and he threw that in just to be a little beehole.
Well, we do have a surprise for Chris as well.
Oh,
so I had a Danurism.
You had a Danurism?
One of his best ones, I will say.
Really?
Wow.
So these little screw things fell off the microphone in the middle of a monologue. So
both of them?
This one here, yeah, the one on my left.
I'll go in there and fix that.
So the whole thing just fell, and so then during the whole segment, I'm playing audio and trying to fix it at the same time, and then I said, and I'm trying to put it in, and I just can't get it in.
I lost it,
and so everybody, of course, with their listen. You guys
get your minds out of the gutter.
That's
Nope,
what
never,
I said.
never.
Oh, and then Joan throws down. That's what she said.
I whispered it because I
The
whispered
best part
it.
of the whole thing, Joan whispers it like nobody's going to hear when she says that's what she said. It's like, Joan, if you're going to do it, say it, man. Just say it. And it was great that it comes from Joan, because she's like,
It has to come from Joan. It has to.
And it was great.
Yeah.
It was great. So there you go. Let's see here.
Are you in there to help him find fix it, Chris?
I can.
You know what you go ahead. You can say it, Joan.
Say it, Joan.
You know what you wanted to say. Are you there to help him find the what?
The screws to put it.
Yeah,
put
I don't think you didn't
microphone
call him.
back
You didn't
on.
call him screws though. I heard that part. What'd you call him?
The thingies.
Thingies. Well, I think
That's how you know he's a technical guy.
I think I threw in the word nuts too. But
Well, there's both, isn't there? Nuts and screws.
There's a screw and a nut.
Yeah.
I mean, you really messed that thing up.
I did. Well, I didn't. Well,
No,
okay. So
no, clip that. I did.
the best part is like I forgot to put
Oh, you got to get the washer in,
the
Dan.
washer. I forgot to put the washer in, so now I've just made a complete mess. Anyway, moving right along because I'm sure this is fascinating to people listening.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, do you want to hear some Tucker Carlson?
Yeah.
So, do you have some of this Tucker from?
I do.
He was
I do
at,
have some Tucker. Student Action Summit (SAS) was over the weekend in Tampa Bay, Florida.
I think Tucker's losing his mind, and I know that you're a big fan of Tucker.
I love Tucker.
I like Tucker too, but I think that he's starting to crack.
Okay, give me the because I didn't listen to this whole thing, so give me the give me the clip.
He is because obviously he's been triggered by Trump, right? So this is part of what he said over the weekend.
If you deny people what they actually want long enough and instead substitute things that you claim they should want, like bombing Iran, I mean, I'm not for Iran, where you spend all day telling me that it's so important that, boys not playing girls' soccer teams, whatever. I agree. I hate the tranny stuff passionately. I think you should keep the boys off girls' soccer teams. But I don't know. It kind of feels like you're feeding me appetizers. At some point, I want to look around and see a better country.
So I'm really confused because let's look at the appetizers, right? Because that's what Tucker Carlson said is appetizers. Mass deportation, extension of the Trump tax cuts plus some added tax benefits in the big, beautiful bill. Foreign policy. He managed to broker a ceasefire with Israel and Iran. Obviously, Tucker's not on the same page with that. Not to mention Pakistan and India, that conflict as well. Getting NATO to contribute far more.
Yeah.
I mean, he's done a lot. And
But I think
Tucker to say these are appetizers,
I think
come
you
on,
could,
dude.
but I think you could pull your same list and make the argument the other way. Mass deportations, like, okay, are we hitting the numbers we need to hit yet?
No, but he's trying. He is trying.
So you're saying, but what comes before the meal?
Appetizers. Yeah.
Okay.
But
So we haven't gotten the full meal yet on mass deportations. We're not there at full strength yet.
I think we're getting there. But
you're agreeing we're not there currently.
Well, yeah, but that doesn't mean that Tucker's right. I don't believe
We're at the
Tucker's
calamari.
right.
But isn't that
the calamari?
But isn't that kind of what he's saying?
No. Well, okay. Let's play.
All right,
let's play the rest of the audio.
What was your next point? No, hold on. You had the second one on your list. You had mass deportations, and then I'm blanking on the second one.
Massive extension of the tax cuts.
Okay. A lot of people have made the case on the big, beautiful bill that we're spending more than we need to, and they're upset about that. A lot of the base. So you can make the argument there as well that's we're getting something.
We're getting a lot.
But the spending cuts aren't where we wanted them to be. And that's an argument, and it's not an argument. That's not an argument, and it's not an argument that I'm personally making. I was for the big beautiful bill. I want to get that's the vehicle to get the Trump agenda accomplished, and all the funding for ICE and DHS and all that. I'm a huge fan of.
Right.
But you could make the argument. That's all I'm saying.
I think you'd be wrong, but you could make the argument.
You could make the argument. I'm playing devil's advocate here.
No, that's fine. And what about this whole? It seems like he is minimizing what Trump did with keeping men out of women's spaces. Here's another cut.
I want to see a country I recognize. I don't want to see people sleeping on the sidewalk. I don't want to see people ODing on drugs. I want to know where are those drugs coming from. Why can't you stop it? You've got the U.S. military. Don't you have SEAL Team 6? Like, what are they doing today? Don't you have Delta Force? You could give me another segment about how impressive the U.S. military is. I believe you. Why aren't they employed to make my country better? Why are my cities disgusting? I don't even want to go there. It smells like weed and halal food.
So,
I mean, come on. Where's the lie in that last statement? And I think what he's saying, though, is that we do have this great military. Why aren't we going after the cartels? They've been designated as foreign terror organizations. Why aren't we drone bombing cartel locations?
So, and I agree on that. I do agree on that. However, he is using ICE. The Marines helped as well to get rid of the illegal alien gang members in the city streets. We have illegal immigration down to literally zero. Those seem like pretty good things.
Those are good things.
Seem like pretty good
things.
Those
are good things.
And
but
what I don't know is how much fentanyl is still coming across the southern border. But it's got to be a lot less because the Border Patrol is not. They're not distracted by all of these illegal aliens that were coming over, which was part of the strategy of the cartels and Biden. Flood the border, and then they're so distracted we can get the fentanyl in.
I mean, I think you could make the case that a lot of the operations that are happening are defensive in nature, and I think what he's looking for is some offense.
Mm-hmm. By the way, the weed issue that he's talking about, a lot of that is state issue. Yeah. I mean, Colorado, for example, used this example earlier. Colorado,
but Nashville, we don't have legal marijuana, and if you're down on Broadway any time of any day, you're going to smell weed too.
Yeah, but again, that's not.
But isn't that a city issue? Isn't that something for the mayor to do something about?
Yeah, no, I agree with that. But
he also, and the other thing I would say, because he was complaining about people sleeping on the streets. Trump has tried to implement policies to focus on rehabilitation as opposed to just, putting a roof over people's heads. He has talked about, and the reason I'm so proud of this is because I said exactly the same thing like many, many, many years ago, where put them, and I remember this because people got really mad at me. I said, put them in put them in trailers, like way out, outskirts, you know what I mean? And have all the facilities that they need over there so that they're not destroying American cities. But again, a lot of this is state or local ordinance issued. So that's Tucker, and I disagree with him on that vehemently.
Yeah.
Then he said this.
And you're lecturing me about how it's a great moral victory that I kicked the boys off the girls' soccer team? Good, I'm so glad. But let's do the real stuff, like making New York livable.
Again, it feels like he's diminishing the whole keeping boys out of girls' sports and restrooms and spaces. But the other thing is, okay, how do we as a federal government make New York more livable? That's what Donald Trump is trying to do by stopping these sanctuary city policies. That's not a federal government issue. That's a New York issue. They're the idiots that are about to vote in a possible socialist for their or communist for their mayor. Right? Am I wrong on that?
No,
I don't think I'm wrong on that.
No, I think you're right.
So I just think Tucker, just little over his skis on some of this stuff, and he sounds a little demented, but whatever. Let's see here, because New York, you've got a Democrat socialist mayor, possibly the governor, of course, all of the city councils and the aldermen. All these people are all leftists. One more cut.
Can my children have without the benefit of like the great luck I have had? Can they have a roughly approximate life that I had? Or how about just a middle class life? Can they get married young as I did and have 4 kids and, take a couple jobs, work hard and all that stuff? But in the end, it's fine. Can they do that? Or is that so remote a possibility that you need to tell me that Iran is the real threat? Take my mind off the fact that you stole all the money and screwed up my country beyond recognition.
So, I mean, the first part...
But he's not... It doesn't seem like he's directing that directly at Trump. He's talking about just the federal government in general.
Yeah, he's probably talking about many over the years. But, I mean, to his point, though, I believe that younger adults can actually live a good... If he's talking about a middle-class life. Man, go to a trade school. What's his name? Mike Rowe was talking about how to incorporate all of this AI stuff... They need welders and construction, all of that. There's a huge, massive need for that. So,
you can certainly make that argument. You can make the argument the other way too for the younger generation. I mean, how many kids are stuck living at mom and dad's house because they can't afford rent in some of these major cities? I saw a guy in New York who's decided he's living out on the streets now because rent is $4,500 a month in New York, and he's getting paid $16 minimum wage. So you can absolutely make the case that the economy has been screwed up to such an extent that the younger generation is going to have a harder time getting ahead, because you used to be able to be a shoe salesman and own a house and get your kids into college. That's not the reality anymore.
Mm-hmm. And I agree with you on that, but his ire was against the Trump administration. He was going off on Trump. So I don't know if he's blaming Trump. And I could also, by the way, make the argument that Trump with the tax cuts is aimed to help everybody and get more money into their pocket. I think Tucker is he's been triggered by Iran. And he just, and I get it, I do, but let's also not forget that thus far that the bombing of Iran has actually led to that ceasefire that so far we're a couple of weeks in. And believe it or not, it still holds.
But I don't think that's Tucker losing it. Like, I think that he's been pretty consistent about all of this. I mean, you remember when Soleimani got taken out, there was a lot of talk about a further escalation in the war with Iran, and he was adamantly against it. He's been pretty consistent on these positions.
Now, what did he say? You're right. Now, what did he say about Israel? Because I didn't see the whole speech. You didn't see the whole speech either.
So the clip that I saw is that he was wondering, why we're not allowed to talk about the country that Jeffrey Epstein worked for, and he named Israel as the intel agency that Epstein was working for.
And he said, why are we not allowed to talk about that?
Yep.
I don't understand that, because you and I have spoken about that how many times now? 3 or 4? I know Joan and I spoke about it a number of times too.
But I think there's a larger thing in the conservative movement where Israel becomes a third rail, where if you say anything negative about the government of Israel, you're going to be painted as an anti-Semite, and I don't think that's the reality of the situation.
Right.
I think that governments are susceptible to corruption.
Governments do what government's going to do.
Yeah, exactly. So I think you should be able to criticize the government of Israel.
You and I talked about how it was Israel, and maybe we had some part in it too.
Yeah.
I mean, it's entirely possible.
I think, there's definitely the realistic possibility that the CIA was just as steeped in the Epstein stuff as Israel.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely.
You see, Donald Trump is one of the things that... All right, so is it just me? I am taking greater and greater offense to Trump trying to say, if you support me, you shouldn't be talking about Epstein. Stop talking about Epstein. And I said this on X, I've been saying for a long time that we have always been accused of being a cult. If you're a Donald Trump supporter, then you are a cult. And I think this Epstein story absolutely proves the Trump supporters are not cults.
No,
we're free thinking, and we're pissed off as all get out in trying to.
This story is a lot more important than I think Trump is realizing at this moment. There's a lot of people who this story has become a symbol for the American people, where there's two tiers of justice. The elites that are running the world are never going to be held accountable.
Yep.
And it seems like it's being proven to be the case right in front of us.
Did you hear Megyn Kelly at that same thing?
I got that audio on the way as well. Plus, Tulsi Gabbard. Did you hear Tulsi Gabbard at Student Action Summit?
No.
Saying the war with the deep state is real, and what you're seeing is the deep state fighting back.
Yeah, very, very possible. I want to play this real quick. Megyn Kelly. I'm just going to play the one cut, then you can play all your other cuts. But this is, at least to me, proof that conservatives do care about the Epstein thing.
Make some noise if you care about the Jeffrey Epstein scandal.
7,000 people there. Charlie Kirk.
Raise your hand if it matters a lot to you. Raise your hand. So every hand of 7,000 people.
Everybody cares.
A lot. I said a lot.
And one of the things that Megyn Kelly said, and is true, is that you just said it, actually. Trump may not realize how big of a deal this is to people. With all of the victories that he's had, I think people are, if I'm Donald Trump, I think, my gosh, I've done all of this, yet people are mad at me over this? I think that's kind of what he's feeling.
Yeah. No, I mean, you see it on the text line, too. There's a lot of people that are mad that we're even talking about this, saying, what did somebody just say? Trump took a bullet for us a year ago. Like, what are you doing? I just think that we still want the information. Like,
well, just because
what does that have to do with anything?
Yeah, listen, mad respect and love to Donald Trump, but just because the man, he did, that's very serious. He took a bullet. That doesn't mean that we don't hold him accountable.
In fact, I think that the biggest supporters owe it the most to hold him accountable when he's not completing what he's supposed to be doing.
He doesn't want a bunch of yes people around him.
No, and we can't become a leftist echo chamber.
Nope, you're absolutely right. All right, Joan Jones, what's coming up in the news at 9?
Well, coming up here, and I would tell you if I had it ready for you, President Trump's big Russia announcement that is coming today. Also, jobs are pretty hot in Nashville right now. That story and more coming up here at 9 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Yeah, 2666.
8:56, real quick, want to tell you about my friends at the Generator Super Center. Now, listen, weather in Middle Tennessee, we might even get some storms today. You need a backup home standby generator from my friends at the Generator Super Center, the nation's #1 Generac generator dealer. You can get a free quote and get peace of mind when you have one installed. The Generator Super Center does feature expert installation, 24-hour monitoring as well. They are not going to leave you in the dark. And yes, financing is available. 615-879-1952. 615-879-1952. Find them online anytime, GeneratorSuperCenterofNashville.com. $8:58, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Did you see the text from 0478?
No.
Dan is happy with table scraps when we want the full meal. All caps. Weak. I added the inflection.
Weak.
But that's how I read it.
Well, and just so we're clear, a lot of people agreed with me. A lot of people agreed with Chris, and that is where we are with this Epstein thing.
Which is crazy. Like when the Israel-Iran stuff started popping off, I was like, immediately, I'm like, that's going to divide the audience in half.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I didn't expect the Epstein story to divide the audience in half as much as it has.
The one thing is interesting. Kash Patel tweeted this out. The conspiracy theories just are not true. Never have been. It's an honor to serve the president of the United States, Donald Trump, and I'll continue to do so for as long as he calls on me. But he says the conspiracy theories just aren't true.
Is he talking about the conspiracy theories that he might resign? Or is he talking about the conspiracy theories revolving around Epstein?
Epstein, my point was he's the one that spread these theories.
I read that tweet differently because he said, I'm happy to serve the president. I thought he was referring to.
Do you think he's talking about
the rumors that he was going to leave?
We'll have to wait and see what happens.
We'll see.
We'll see if Chris Hand is right or I'm right on this one.
Does Bongino walk away today, you think? Or does Bongino stick around?
He sticks around.
All right. Joan says he'll stick. Oh, we got to go. Where we turn next?
Is that a windmill of doom?
The windmill of doom right there. That's exactly right.